Something nightmarish just happened. Am I back? Am I back? Oh my goodness. This is what I get for trying to be prepared. It curses me and spites me at every turn. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Pull this back up. There's no way that that just died like that. I mean, it totally did. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, we hammer it out early, right? We hammer it out early. I wonder if it's made a second thing. Probably. Well, my apologies. We were not even like 3, 4 minutes in, and everything just died. Completely. Why, though? Oh gosh, the game's dead too. Hold on, close that. What was that? Hmm. Hmm. Uh-oh. Whoa, that's not what we wanted. Let's try that again. Oh gosh, this is... How very unusual. This... Yeah, like, the stream just died. But, like, the entire... I'm not sure what happened, is the thing. Like, it wasn't that I lost connection, right? It wasn't that. Every program on the computer that was open, which mind you was nothing more than we usually have open, just suddenly ceased responding. I just had to close and reopen everything. The internet, the little PNG tuber model thing, the stream, of course, it all just like died. Yeah, really weird. That's never happened before. Even offline, that hasn't happened before. Really unusual. You know, you know, I show up on almost on time for the first time in weeks. I actually spend the time to get prepared in advance of the stream. Eh, you know, as if it mattered. Sorry, I didn't hear the answers to the questions. Oh, that's okay. I think I was just in the middle of starting to answer, and the stream just died. My apologies. My apologies that that happened. Um, let's see, because I did listen to some of the longest Johns, and they were very good, and I am now actively seeking opportunities to play them on stream. You know me, I'm a sucker for shanties. Um, I'm like actively seeking and thinking of opportunities. So that was very, very good. Space pirates? That's that's a good idea. Now there's an idea. Here, let's get this open. Relaunch this. If it dies again, I'm gonna blame Terra Invicta and we're gonna play something else. We may have to troubleshoot a little bit. I am hoping that this is not going to be a repeated issue. Just letting us know that we're playing this by ear because I have absolutely no idea what caused the issue a few minutes ago. But yeah, space pirates. Oh, that's such a good idea. I know exactly when I want to play it. During our first engagement with an alien ship. Oh, 100%. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go over. We're gonna switch the capture to the game now. It is going to work perfectly. Yep, okay. Holding steady. We're all green. This is fine looking. Let's get our music going. Because I've given up on the Terra Invicta music, which is fine. But for some reason now I can only play this game while listening to Lo-Fi Girl. I couldn't tell you why. I couldn't tell you why. It's just, this is the sound of Terra Invicta to me now. Oh, and your other question was about the solar iced tea. I have not had the opportunity to try that yet, but I want to. I wanted to ask Kit about it, but Kit spent the weekend what would the polite word be for it? Indisposed? So I didn't get to harass Kit about it. Because I think that would be right up his alley. So can we get an update on how the war against the Xenos is going? Absolutely. Once this loads up, I'm gonna need to do like a thorough review of the situation. It's been like, gosh, how long has it been since we played Terra Invicta? Like 2 weeks? Because we didn't play it last week. And we played it like only Monday of the week before that. So yeah, it's been 2 weeks since we played Terra Invicta. Thankfully, so far, everything's loading up properly. So I'm going to presume that the game is not going to be the cause of our prior issue, and hopefully it won't repeat. Now I'm just on edge, really. I'm just kind of on edge. I'm like, gosh, it could happen at any moment. Oh, you're talking about what I think you're talking about? The term I use is taking a walk? Maybe. Maybe. I think we're on the same page. I suspect we are. Alrighty. We're back. It's Terra Invicta time. Oh my goodness. This is bad. Oh my gosh, this is a terrible situation. What have I left myself with? Hold on, I'm trying... The scroll wheel on this mouse, is a little funky, but I am going to show you what the problem is. If it just cooperates, there it is. Good. Can it involve 2 or more people? I mean... Yes, but with that, I think that we're on a separate page. What I'm referring to is illegal in all American states, but legal in some. That's what I'm referring to. Oh god, this is atrocious. What is bad, you may be wondering? The aliens are beyond Jupiter, or within Jupiter. They're within, like, striking distance of Mars. Yes, I picked up on that coffee. I do like that term for it, though. I'll have to steal it. I will have to steal it. Is the music a little loud? It might be. Hold on. Come on. Adjust. I don't think I've just changed anything. I put it back at the same volume, didn't I? I think I literally put it down to the same exact volume. The music is good. Oh, well, there we go. It worked. That's just me. Just me being nervous about everything. It's okay. I'll settle down. Um, oh goodness. Oh, hello, Zach. Hello, hello. Oh, thank you. I hope that you're doing well. Yes, we've implemented many of the commands that you recommended, as you can see. I hope that you enjoy. I had a lot of fun writing them out, so I'm very happy to see them used. But welcome, welcome. You're just in time. We're just getting started. We're about to conduct a thorough review of the situation in Terra Invicta. I'm currently just quietly, I keep expressing deep, my deep fears about the situation. I am very afraid. I am looking at this map just here in the space view, and I am like, this is a nightmare scenario that I'm looking at. And I think that it's going to be getting worse. Oh, thank you. Yes, I took your advice regarding the rules, and I've kind of updated them. I hope that they're better. It's a little bit of reformatting, and a little bit more specificity. I hope the proper order of things. So hopefully we're striking, we've set that up right. I'm very, I don't know, honestly, I recovered a lot of my sanity this weekend, and ended up getting a lot of stuff done. So, it feels good. It feels good. Speaking of writing, have I given you an update on my D&D campaign recently? Oh, not since Thursday, I believe. Have there been more developments? Q. Should I be able to use that as a non-mod? Q. Q should be inactive, I believe. That's interesting. Because isn't Q for, music? I don't know. I don't remember. Clearly I have some things to learn. We took the weekend off? Oh, I see. So no new developments then. Well, I will be looking forward very much to the next iteration of, I feel like it should have a name. Does your, campaign have a name of some kind that it's referred to as, or should I just call it the coffee campaign? I don't think so. I don't know what it does, though. I feel like it's supposed to add music to a queue. I remember there was a series of like 3 or 4 commands that do that, and I disabled all of them, so I'm not sure why Q is now showing up. I'll take a look at it later. I'll make a note. Thank you so much for helping me troubleshoot and set all this up properly, by the way. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Q. What a strange word. Q, add cookies. I just call it Timnus, as that's the world name. Oh, okay. Timnus. Well, I'll be looking forward to more updates from Timnus. I'm very invested. Speaking of investment, we've got problems that I need to invest some attention into. So, I've been thinking about the situation quietly in my head, and here's the rundown. The aliens are in the asteroid belt. They are they are established around Jupiter. If we look here, oh gosh, they've got 3 bases set up around Jupiter. So that represents probably, what, 6 space assets of various types? Yeah. I want to see this. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, they're currently setting up. Join cookies. Open cookies. I'm sorry. The bot doesn't have any cookies for you. I think that's beyond my power. You might want a DoorDash for that one? Some kind of delivery service? Which is actually a moon that orbits a gas giant, has 2 moons? Oh, I love that. That is appropriate, fantasy world setup. I love that. Oh gosh. Where is it? There it is, yeah. Ooh, and the fleet too. So this is the space dock, but over here they are building a shipyard. Right, so we're looking out, you know. We've got, me, personally, in, like, my backyard of the Resistance base on Earth with a telescope. Like, one of those, like, handheld ones. You know, like the old-timey captains would use. And I've held that up to one of my eyes and, like, you know, I'm squinting through it really hard and I can see the aliens are building a shipyard around Ganymede here. Now, that's a problem. That is a substantial problem. One of the main disadvantages that the aliens have had up till this point is that their operations have been primarily centered around their point of origin, which I believe is this rock out here. Haumea here is a little dwarf planet out in the Kuiper Belt, and it's way out here. So whenever the aliens were building ships, they'd have to go the long way. Well, these ships are coming home, but they'd have to go the long way to Earth. Right? It's a huge trajectory. Having a base around Jupiter, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm sure it cuts down the enemy travel time just astronomically, literally. Have we told you about the massive tear in the sky that just leads into a void? Oh, yeah, yes. I believe that you have coffee. I think that's a very cool feature. Jupiter shipyards. What do they have going on around here? Titan. They've got a Spaceworks. Ugh, gosh. Alright. Well, the aliens are dug in. That's the summary of the situation here in the solar system. The aliens are... they're gonna be tough to get out. Earth is under... not necessarily imminent threat, but the moment that the war kicks off, I mean, their response time is just gonna be very severe. Right? If the aliens had to send response fleets from all the way out at their home base in the system on Haumea, I mean, you know, we'd be okay. But now they're gonna have shipyards around Jupiter. Which ain't good. How goes our fleet? In terms of fleets, we have none. In terms of fleets, there isn't one. I don't think anybody has built a fleet. So that isn't to say that we are behind expectations. It's 2027, right? Now, I don't tend to go for super early fleet launches. That's not really the way that I've played this game in the past. Like, you can do it. I don't. But it's an issue. The aliens are way ahead of where I would expect them to be, probably because we're playing on a higher difficulty than I'm used to. And there's also just the chance that the aliens have been getting a little bit lucky as well. I'm not sure how they fall on the curve right now for this difficulty. But to summarize the situation in space, it's quite worrisome. The alien position is incredibly strong and only getting stronger. It will be a long, long war to push them out of the system. And that's presuming that we survive till that point. We've got another problem to deal with. So, reviewing the Earth situation, I think I know what's going on, but I'm gonna quickly glance around and confirm my suspicions. Yep. Alright. The Earth situation sucks. Summary. Earth situation. Bad. Negative. Not good. Actually, kinda terrible. Maybe not the worst. Again, none of this is unsalvageable. But I'm looking at this whole situation with considerable alarm. Evaluating our own position, this is okay, right? We have more or less consolidated the first stage of Mega Europe, and we are well positioned to wrap that process up and move into Europe Ascendant, which is going to let us take the Eurasian Union, basically. Right? That's good. That's good. And if we come over here, are we researching it right now? Yeah. Not as fast as I would like to be, but we are researching this. So Europe Ascendant is on the way. We could probably bump up the priority a little bit, but it's gonna be like probably, even if we increase our science income, it's probably gonna be like 3 years before we have to worry about that. So that is 3 years until we can do our next major expansion. For Europe, at least. So, we're gonna need to figure out what we're doing with our forces in the in-between. We're probably gonna, for the moment, be wrapping up things up here in Scandinavia. You know, Poland and all that too, the Baltic states, Portugal. But after that, I think Europe's pretty much done expanding for the moment, or rather, the European Union. We've got one additional major problem. 2, really. But they're kind of part of the same coin. This is why the Earth situation sucks. We've got a servant China. And they have just taken executive control. And there's no way you're breaking that. There's just no way you break that. They are dug in. Something happened before and set them back considerably, where they've lost all of their control points for some reason, but they've just retaken it. Why is this a problem? Well, I mean, it's probably pretty obvious why it's a problem, but why this contributes so heavily to the greater context of what is happening on Earth? Um, in the current geopolitical situation, you've effectively got three superpowers. You've got the United States, which is currently controlled by the Initiative. Note, the Initiative are kind of an anti-alien faction, right? So this isn't the worst case scenario. The Initiative's okay. I'm fine letting them be in control of the US. Other superpower is the one that we have built. This is the European Union. I'm not quite sure. It actually looks like the Europe that we have united is stronger in terms of economy and science compared to the United States, but we don't have the same military presence, right? So that's the trade-off. Who controls North Korea and doesn't have nukes? Always an important question. North Korea is currently controlled by the Protectorate, and it does have a nuclear weapon. That's not good, but North Korea is a very small economy. It's not too hard to take it over. And the Protectorate aren't very likely to use nuclear weapons anyhow, so I'm not overly concerned about that. The third superpower on the map currently is China, which means that, I mean, one of the world's superpowers, one of the most powerful, developing economies on the planet, is controlled by the premier pro-alien faction. Their army's not incredible, but it's pretty big. They have 3 strategic nuclear barrages, which I believe puts them... we're a little bit ahead of them in terms of nukes, but we don't want a nuclear exchange. If we can help it. And you're just never going to break into that. China's hard to break into on a good day. And with the servants actively fighting you for control of it, and them having essentially the home ground advantage, not happening. Then you could coup it to take control, start a nuclear war with China, and poof, no nukes for China, and you only lost North Korea. That is a method. You know, it is a method. Actually, they're in a civil war right now in North Korea. You could launch just a coup and take it. It's a very humanity-first method. It is. Would that be enough to bleed a nuke off of China? I don't know. They definitely have the army advantage. If you fired first, they would probably fire back. Right? You do the coup. You take over, you declare war. You'll fire a nuke into, like, Harbin here, because this isn't a major economic zone. You're not, like, firing at major cities. Because you don't want to do that. Newsflash, firing nuclear weapons at major cities in this game not only counts as an atrocity, which is not cool, but also is going to have severe impacts on the global economy. And considering that we benefit from protecting the world, you know, the Earth is our basis of power, let's not fire nukes into, like, Shanghai or something. So you fire here, you probably take out one of these armies, softening up the Chinese military. They fire a nuke back, you've bled off one of their 3 barrages. Okay. Alright. So that leaves them with 2. How do you get rid of the rest of them? That may just be the best you can do. It would be an incredibly costly war. To take China from the servants, to force a change in government, would be incredibly bloody. It is a war that we could win, but it would probably end the world, is my evaluation. That is a war that would see we'd probably have to expend our full nuclear stockpile, or something close to it. North Korea's nuke and like 4 of ours to wipe their army. Because, like, their army's not very good, but you need your army to be able to conquer their provinces. I'm really sitting here planning out this war, aren't I? Gosh, is there any other way? Gosh, is there any other way? I don't know. I mean, I agree with the sentiment, Coffee. I do. They do need to go, these servants. And why is this so important that the servants are kicked out of China? It's not happening yet, but eventually we will have to contend with an alien landing force. If by that time, or I mean, even if it's not an alien landing force, eventually the servants are just going to outright found an alien nation. And there won't be a China left to fight for. And then all of this is just going to be instantly conquered, basically, by the aliens, and serve as a stronghold for them to spread out. I mean, it's a nightmare. This is the nightmare scenario here. And thankfully, we are early enough that we might be able to cut it off, right? If we take action early, we might be able to stop it. No, I didn't say this game was gonna be easy, huh? I did select the harder difficulty. I did this to myself. We may need to prepare for a kind of do-or-die war with China. Gosh. Well, I'm not committed to the course of action just yet. But I am going to go ahead and declare them as a rival of the European Union. We can declare war at any moment if we need to. And I'll have to think about the best way to handle the situation. How strong is humanity first? Not. That's the other problem. So, I mean, China being under servant control is a huge problem in and of itself, but it is also a part of a larger contextual issue with the situation on Earth. In that, we're really the only strong, fully anti-alien faction. Like, Humanity First is scary. Like, don't get me wrong. Playing Resistance? Yeah, exactly. Our only true ally is really weak. Like, we aren't big fans of Humanity First. Their methods are pretty despicable. Like, there's a reason that we aren't them, right? There's pretty strong ideological divides there, but they are anti-alien. You can rely on them for that. They will put their full resources into countering the alien threat when it appears. I can't count on the initiative for the same thing. The initiative has its own agenda, which is ultimately anti-alien, from my understanding. But they are not staunchly anti-alien, right? The world could burn, and I don't think that the initiative is necessarily going to intervene, or at least not be very proactive in fighting the alien threat. I could count on Humanity First to do that, but Humanity First has no stronghold. Exactly. Humanity First could be manipulated into a nuclear exchange with China for us, which is still terrible. Not just ethically, morally, but also, like, the global situation would suffer. But at least it wouldn't be as costly to us personally as a faction. But there is nothing. I don't think Humanity First has nukes. Let me check. Taiwan... Yeah, none of this. I mean, I should just look at known nuclear powers, really. No, the only nukes they ever had were in the UK, and we took them from them. They've got a control point in the Eurasian Union, but they haven't taken it over. That's Academy territory. The Academy has been pretty well in control. So, yeah. Humanity First is scattered to the wind. The other kind of big potential economic powerhouse that exists on the field is Brazil here. You know, brick nation. Flawed a concept as that kind of is. And that's under protectorate control. The anti-alien factions, I think, have the second best positions, while the best positions in the European Union and the United States are split between me, the anti-alien faction, and the Initiative, who are just kind of there. It's bad. It's bad. I know that we haven't, like, even taken a turn at this point, but it's not a very friendly looking situation, I'll tell you that much. The aliens are pissed. Yeah, they're not too happy with me at the moment. We kind of killed 2 of them. That's okay. I think we can afford to kill or capture another one. So that's the global situation, as I understand it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, speaking of other nukes, the other nuclear weapons are currently secured, and I think pretty well locked down by Exodus, which also is not going to do jack against the servants. I just don't think that's going to happen. Although there is a rivalry between China and India by default. Well, hold on. Now that's interesting, actually. Could we get them in on this? Would Exodus be interested in joining us for a war on the servants? I wouldn't think so. But I can't rule the possibility out. I think we could do this war if we could even just, like, launch our own forces out of India? With their nukes and their armies. I mean, Exodus would rather ride the nukes out of the solar system. No, you're totally right. What am I thinking? Exodus doesn't want any of this war. They just don't. They would never. Right? I mean, a 38% chance that they accept. If they accept, they're in. It's 10 influence. Send it. Okay. They turned me down. That's okay. We'll just check on that periodically. If we can do that, we can drag them into a war with China. I believe. I believe is how that works. And if we can do that, then we can win. And we can win without maybe quite as much damage to the planet. Possibly. Ever so slightly. Or at least our own armies. It looks like I've already set up the next turn for myself, so I'm just gonna go ahead and believe that past me did a good job. Which is definitely not always a wise decision, but... it's the decision that I've chosen to make. Interesting. Huh. Why is this? Huh. I wonder why this, Eurasian army isn't returning home. Oh, this is important. That lets us research ferricites. Do that first. Do that before cybernetics. Yeah, do that before cybernetics. That'll be done, geez, a year from now. Some of these researches are getting pretty hefty. And we have a lot of science. Like a lot of science. Should I be doing that right now? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting ahead of myself. Finish cybernetics. More important. And also more achievable in a respectable time frame. Here, we can speed up time a little bit. But it's, yeah, I guess that's kind of the plan. I guess we didn't discuss a plan. Why did I say that? We did not discuss any kind of plan, except maybe...
Things are cooling off.
Oh, thank you. Things are stabilized, very nice.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us. We're winning their hearts and minds.
No plan was actually explained. What I am thinking the plan is just solidify Europe, and then maybe start looking for opportunities to undermine the influence of other organizations.
We're in control here.
Like, if we could prep Russia, that'd be okay.
We are in control now.
Okay. We've got control in Sweden. Portugal. Not too bad, not too shabby. Apologies also if you can hear that in the background. I believe Kit is blow drying his hair. That will not last for very long, I promise. Alrighty. Anyhow, I think I mentioned earlier that I had gotten a lot done this weekend. I'd regained some of my sanity, which is maybe a dramatic way to put it. You know me, I'm a bit of a drama queen. But this week I think I'll actually be around, on time a bit more. I mean, fingers crossed, here's hoping. I don't know, do you ever just have those moments where it's just like, how do I describe this? Where you just like fix a bunch of things in your life? Like sleep schedules and stuff like that, where you just like get the energy and like the will to just get a bunch of stuff done. Like I did so much. I feel so much better. Like I got my sleep schedule back on track this weekend. I got some stuff done that I'd been putting off, like a couple phone calls and that. It's a little thing, but I like folded some laundry that I had been refusing to fold for a while. I don't know. Like I'm no longer gremlin mode. Gremlin mode is over. We're taking care of ourselves a little bit better now, I hope. You know? I don't know, maybe that just sounds crazy, but that is just kind of what I ended up doing this weekend, was working on some of that. What kind of orgs do we want on you? We've got a very expensive and only kind of okay administrative group, which would not be a terrible pickup, but I'm thinking about it like critically, like, because it's pretty expensive. It's not free. Definitely have those times, but that usually just means I remember to take my meds. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. Maybe... Well, that's a discussion for the therapist. I don't... The only meds that I'm on are my hormone therapy. I don't know enough to know whether or not I should be seeking anymore, but that's the point of going and talking to a professional, right? I've got that lined up in my future. That'll be a little over a month from now. I don't know. What was I saying? There was something I meant to convey. Something that I meant to convey, but I lost it. I lost the thought. Yeah, I have ADHD meds, 2 anxiety, 3 hormones, and 1 vitamin. Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess, that actually reminds me what I, was wanting to convey, is I feel like there's more going on with me than I've been necessarily diagnosed for, but I'd have no clue what it is. Right? And I don't know if it's of what nature it is, like what impact it might be having. It's just like that feeling that it's like, there's another piece to this puzzle. Right? And I've kind of got the vague shape of it, but I don't have all the little surrounding pieces, so I'm not quite sure what fits in there. You know? And I just kind of like to figure it out. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. I need to say it with my chest. I think that makes sense. That is my experience that I have had. 'Cause I think that there's like maybe one more big piece of the puzzle that I'm missing. right? A puzzle called My Brain. So hopefully here in the next month and a half, I'll be able to make some progress on that front. I'm not seeing anything too interesting besides this admin org. Yeah. You could get this. This is okay. This is okay, actually. Not amazing. We might save our money. Yeah, I think we're saving our money, actually. I don't think I need any of these orgs. Also, do you want to know another good band? Oh, always. Absolutely.
What's the up?
100% I do. Let's see. Good. You're allied. You're part of the Federation. Once we consolidate executive control, we will be able to integrate Portugal. I just need somebody to protect
Ready for my mission.
our interests here.
Ready for orders.
At your service. Making things safe for our people.
What's the op?
Where to?
I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation. Is that Clamavi de Profundus? You do a lot of fantasy songs? Ooh. I like the sound of that. Even though I've probably butchered the pronunciation, I do like the sound of that. Come over
Targeting
here.
the opposition.
Where to?
And can we crack down? I cannot target the executive because I don't have another control point here. Okay, understood. Wonderful, great. 10 out of 10.
We'll make things safe.
I'll just give you a stabilized job here, and that should be okay. That should be another turn.
Protecting our interests.
Favorite of theirs is Song of Durham. Oh, I'm gonna make a note about the band, actually. The piece of paper that I use for notes continues to fill. Eventually, I'm gonna have to get another piece of paper. One day. I think I've still got room. Let's see. So it is Clamavi de Profundus. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate the music recommendations. Unfold my legs from under me? I don't even remember putting my feet under myself. It just kind of happens. I don't know.
The people will come to our side.
We've moved the needle. Violence is abating.
I'm gonna need to keep somebody suppressing unrest in the European Union. Pretty regularly. Not all the time, but occasionally. Its rest value's just a little high for my taste.
Our people have taken control.
It's the girl hormones, yeah. It's the gay making me sit all weird. That put the legs into you, they do that to me all the time. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I believe it. To be fair, I think I've always done something like this. I don't know, my posture's always been just weird when I'm sitting. But I'm just gonna put it on the hormone therapy. Add that to the symptom list. Sit weird. A little bit of water from me. Try that on for size turkey. We're just gonna try and sort out. They have like no cohesion whatsoever for some reason. European Union's got a similar problem. Let's up the unity spending here.
Where do you need me?
And let's make arrangements.
We're taking power.
I think you can just do that
Acknowledged.
purge without a crackdown. You've got a high enough chance, I believe. 41 days, we can bring Sweden into the fold. And I'm not really sure what else we can do. Maybe Poland. In May of this year. Okay, not too bad. Not terrible. Yeah, so many fun symptoms. The one I noticed was walks sure changed. Oh my gosh, yeah. I feel that. To be, well, I hadn't had any of those walks with somebody else before I started hormone therapy. So I don't really have a whole lot to go on from the before, you know? Besides, well, you know, but even, I mean, it was just massively different from the prior experience. It's crazy. Hormones are wild. In summary, hormones be crazy. I'm gonna do a quick
Initiating
check
surveillance.
because I'm paranoid.
Standing by.
I know that we had alien activity in Europe a long time ago. I'm just gonna make sure real quick that there's no xenoflora here. There shouldn't be in the European Union. There really shouldn't be. But I'm going to make sure because it would be really bad if that turned out to be the case. And maybe can you look into this unknown?
We'll see what they're up to.
Call that good?
Initiating recon.
I love this description. That you have of this coffee. I'm stealing this 100%. But yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Way better.
We've got some intel on our target.
Now that's just on my mind. God, what have you done? My brain.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Oh gosh, my brain. It's something. Really? The Academy is declared on New Zealand. Oh. Because everybody hates humanity first, apparently, today. That's just what's happening. this? A federation? Hold on. Who's in this federation? Oh, I see. I understand what's happening here. So there is a federation, apparently, between Australia and New Zealand, right? It is this Republic of the Southern Cross. I'm guessing that's a nation that they want to form. Australia's under control of the Academy. In order to bring New Zealand into the bigger nation, they are going to use the Eurasian military, which they control, to come over here and force the issue. Okay, that's what's happening. I was like, what is going on here? Is this just hit bully humanity first day? No, they just are in the wrong place at the wrong time. Which is basically just their entire experience this game. That's why we kicked them out of the UK. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
We've removed some threats.
Good. That is control. We now have every control point that we need to control everything in Europe before Europe is sent up. So that's pretty cool. I like that.
Standing by.
In that case, I've got another job for everybody.
I will tell our story.
Acknowledged.
Where to?
Your orders?
We're gonna get to work over here.
Ready to go.
It does not appear that there's any xenoflora in the European Union. That is good news. That is in line with what we expected. I'm quite pleased about it.
Securing our
The
interests.
aliens have rapidly become
Where do you need
more
me?
popular in Argentina. Okay.
Standing by for
We
orders.
can send a team down here.
Initiating surveillance.
I'm here.
See if we can't find ourselves an alien. Actually, send the better investigator.
Eyes up.
Not you. Now
Standing
you're
by.
blocking the way. Maybe go do a check
Eyes
for
up.
flora here.
Ready
So
for my
that was
mission.
a hot spot for a really long time. Oh, I understand.
At your service.
He refuses to go to Argentina
On
because there's a
Overwatch.
guerrilla war going on. I understand. This
Your
guy.
orders?
This guy. Oh, what are some other fun side effects you've had from hormones? Oh gosh.
Setting a watch.
Oh, I think about that.
Where do you need me?
Quite a few fun things.
Securing our control.
I mean... Here, I'm gonna slow the time down a little bit. Just so I can think about this, give a good answer. I guess it depends on what we count as side effects. Because there's definitely a lot that happened that wasn't, like, immediately, like, on the proverbial tin. Like, my skin is way softer. I'm, like, touching my hands now. Like, demonstrating. You can't see it, but I'm demonstrating, like, yes, my skin is very soft now. I hold it out to the monitor, offer it up, you know. Let's see. What else? Lots of little emotional stuff. I kind of went through a period when it also gets cut easier, I find. Yeah, and so much easier to bruise, too. Especially when I started, like, developing a chest. I would walk into things all the time. Because I just had that, like, a little bit of, you know, extra in front of me that I wasn't used to accounting for when I tried to, like, walk through doorways and such, and I'd just clip doorways and stuff all the time, and I'd get bruised and beat up. Um, yeah, what an experience. When I was like a few months into hormones, I kind of had to start going through a bit of a process of relearning like a lot of my emotions, which sounds very dramatic. Again, you know me, very dramatic. But like lots of things just felt slightly different, and I just kind of had to readjust to how those emotions felt now. Mostly unpacking a lot of repression and stuff probably was a big part of that, but you know, so it goes, so it goes. And they hurt so bad at the start. Oh my gosh, they do. Oh, and they still get like growth spurts and stuff occasionally. It's been a little while since I've had one, but occasionally they'll just be like, "All right, we're growing again. If you even remotely touch us, we will hurt you." And it's just like, "All right, fine. It's what I signed up for. This is what I'm here for." Oh. I hope it's not weird to talk about, Zach. Oh my gosh, yes, that too. My doctor was unsure of whether or not, my hips would, you know, would grow be the right term? Like widen? I guess widen is the correct term. Because they don't grow, it's just they separate, right? They did. And I absolutely ran those into things too. Constantly. I still do. Honestly, I still do. Way less than I used to, but I don't know. I used to.
Initiating recon.
Oh gosh, I was like, who's talking to me? Who got in here? No, it's the game. I used to like get them bruised all the time. Oh, thank you, Zach. Experiences don't make me uncomfortable. Speak your truth, Minnie Mouse. Will do. Will do, will do. Ah. Gosh, I like Terra Invicta streams. They're chill. You can just kind of set the time to slow like this and just talk about stuff. It's nice. Oh, yeah? You know, I've actually had kind of the opposite experience, but that's because nothing fit me pre-transition. I'm like tall and lanky. That was true pre-transition. It's still true. But like I'm at this point where, especially pre-transition, like smalls would be like the right size for me, but they'd be way too short on my body, right? In like shirt sizes, pant sizes, and stuff. You know, if you get something that fits me properly around the waist, then, you know, they're too short in the legs, that kind of deal, right? Like, nothing really fit me. It was always such a challenge clothes shopping for me. Not to mention that I didn't really like clothes shopping for other reasons pre-transition. Not that anybody understood that, myself included. But then, as I've been transitioning and putting on a little bit more weight in places, Um, especially in one particular place. It's like suddenly, I just fill it out a lot better. They can be a bit tight sometimes, but in a good way. I like it. I'd say that I'm winning on that front. My pants actually fit way better now. Also, in that camp, it's fun being so tall. It is. It is. I've been tempted. I don't own a pair of them, but I've realized that I kind of want to like try wearing high heels at some point as like a power move. Because I'm already like, oh, there's a side effect actually. I'm gonna say something, but it's a lie. Okay? Be aware what I'm about to say is a lie, and I'm gonna explain why it is in a moment. But I'm like 6 foot, and so I think being that with high heels would be an absolute power move, and I love that. Minnie Mouse talking about being kicked up. I mean, he said that I should speak my truth, right? I mean, it's true. No, if only some of that weight would go to the other place. They're only. Here's me talking more about like. I really hope it's not an uncomfy subject, because actually I'm loving talking about it. It feels comfortable to me, at least. But like. I want more of that weight to be going up top. Like, they're not...
Protecting our interests.
Thank you. Thank you for protecting our interests. I appreciate it. They're not small, but they're not as big as I would like, And I'm sure that if I just maybe put on a bit more weight in general, that, that would develop a bit more in the direction that I like. So, better stream title, Terra Invicta, and tall cheeks. Yeah, you think so? Oh, if I put on 4-inch heels, I'd be 6'8". Oh my gosh, you are tall. Gosh. I I love that for you, gosh. Wow, imagine looking down at the world from 6'8". I'm imagining it. You can't hear the thoughts, or maybe you can, but I'm imagining it, and it seems delightful. It seems really delightful. But the reason why what I said before was a lie is this is one of the weird side effects that I did not know in advance would be a thing. Honestly, I'm a fan of it. Is I'm actually shorter now. Which sounds insane. Like, just immediately. Like, or at least to the basic knowledge that I had before transitioning. Like, you think of height, and you think of, like, your skeleton. Right? And it's not like your skeleton is gonna shrink, just because you're on hormones. But actually, a lot of your height, it turns out, is in the form of soft tissues, right? Yeah, like parts of your spine and stuff. Like a lot of your spine is soft tissue. Lots of connective tissues everywhere. I don't know quite what all the proper terminology is, but I promise that is true. Like a lot of your height is like in soft tissues. Actually, you might be able to test this at home. Cartilage and stuff. Exactly. Yeah. You can test this at home. If you measure yourself, like your height, in the morning, and then go about your day and measure yourself right before you go to sleep, um, you probably have actually shrunk just a little bit throughout the day. It may be hard to see, right? But those tissues compress throughout the day, like while you're standing and stuff, and then uncompress when you're laying down. Um, yeah, I used to be taller. They also don't tell you a certain part can shrink. Oh. um, yeah, that happened too. I'll come around to that in a moment. Um, but yeah, I've ended up losing. Well, I guess I'll come around to that now. I've ended up losing about an inch off my height and about an inch off the other place. What was that? Yeah, an inch off my height.
On
And
Overwatch.
I didn't know at first. The way that I caught on to it happening was, I would of course go in for checkups, for appointments with, my doctor who, had prescribed me the hormones, right? They keep, at least here, they keep a pretty close eye on you when you first start. Well, I mean, they still do, even... How many years has it been? How many years has it been? 3? Has it been 3 years? That's insane if true. Has it really been 3 years that I've been on hormone therapy? I say, asking you all as if you as if you know. I think it might have been 3 years. Like, they still see me pretty regularly, but especially in the early days, it was like super often. But eventually I noticed when I was coming in that they of course do all the stuff that they usually do when you go to the doctor. They put you on the scale, they check your weight, check your height. And then when I was coming in, I would, it was actually really embarrassing. I would say, because this used to be true, that I was 6 foot. I was. I know a lot of people lie about that and say, oh yeah, I'm 6 foot, but like they're rounding up, or like, they're adding an inch or two. Like, I was actually like 6 foot, just a little teensy bit over when I like roll out of bed. Like, throughout the day, I was consistently at that point, right? And so it started turning up, because, the nurse would ask, like, how tall are you? And, they'd take that down, and they'd also, like, check, and there was a disparity. I wasn't 6 foot. I was 5'11". I was 5'11", it was turning up. And I was like, what? How have I gotten shorter? Well, turns out that's just the case. That just happens with hormone therapy. I didn't know. Just a minor, funny, goofy little symptom, side effect. Side effect is the word I'm looking for. I like it. I like it. I don't mind losing a little bit of height. Not a problem for me. I shouldn't say that. That maybe would be too much. Let's just say in the other area, I don't mind either, because there's still plenty of material for future bottom surgery. If ever that ends up being in the cards for me. I hope that's not too much to say. Honestly, I don't think most people would actually get what that means. Probably just you, Coffee. But that's alright. That's quite alright by me. Here, I'm gonna step up the clock a little bit. Just a tad bit. What have been some other fun little side effects? I'm trying to think. Like, there's so many little things that change. I didn't get it. So, I will explain. Because if I explain it separately, it's less awkward for me to talk about. So, in order to create, to conduct bottom surgery, to, make all that stuff, the new genitalia and that, they use the old material, right? And the amount of old material that is available helps, it gives you more to work with, basically, is the summary. Which I know is still a little bit vague, but, hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, luckily I don't have much bottom dysphoria. My main issue is my shoulders. Ah, I see. Yeah, I used to... I don't know. Dysphoria is a funky thing. I guess my shoulders don't so much bother me. I think they're fine. They do okay for themselves. I think more of my dysphoria is focused around, like, bottom dysphoria. But not in a way... Not in a very negative way, if that makes sense. I heard a chick say that some use a certain... Huh. That's interesting.
Our case remains unheard.
Oh. Huh. I don't know what that would be. I think I get it now. I see. Yeah, Coffee's explanation is very good too. Coffee's explanation is excellent. You take the sock and you turn it inside out. I used to... Part of the reason I'm careful with describing it is because I know that it makes some people
We've moved the needle.
uncomfortable, not so much in the sense of don't want to hear about it, but just physically, like, it's a physical reaction. Because I described bottom surgery once to some of my family. One of my cousins, who is, like, in the medical profession, he's a nurse. But his reaction was still very... you can tell that, he did not like what I was describing. Had a very, I think you would call it a sympathetic reaction, right? So I do try to be careful with it. But I think, for me, because there's a lot of talk about dysphoria, right? And it means like different people experience it different ways. Also, right? In different amounts, in different places, over different things, and it can change over time. I think one of the interesting effects that I've had on hormone therapy is kind of how it's I don't want to say that it directly has changed my experience with what I'm about to talk about. It's more like the changes around it and resulting from hormone therapy have changed the greater context that I experience it in. But growing up, before I even realized that being transgender was an option, right? I experienced a kind of dysphoria that I could only describe as like like phantom boobs. Like they should be there but they weren't, and I did not understand it at the time. Right? Oh yeah, the way people talk about it. And I thought I didn't have dysphoria. When I did, it just didn't look like other people's. Exactly. I think there's a very popular image of dysphoria, which I think is extremely narrow. I think a lot of dysphoria falls outside of the, I don't know, the way it's typically kind of defined and understood as being like this super, like, how do I describe it? Like hostile experience, you know? The like abject body horror experience. And dysphoria's got a whole lot more like layers to it. It's a very, very broad term. And I don't think a whole lot of people, I mean, again, because the language is not always universally like accessible. You know, so I don't want to blame anybody. I don't think it's anybody's fault, but definitely there are some widespread and very narrow definitions. I guess I'm losing my train of thought. I hope I'm not rambling too much. Oh gosh, looks like we made it down here in time. Jeez. Yeah, I was talking to the therapist one day, and suddenly he just sighed and went, "You have gender dysphoria," and everything just clicked.
Going in hot.
Ready for orders.
At your service.
Is it weird to say that I love that? I get it too. Like that moment where everything just kind of clicks and makes sense. I had that experience. Send like a ops team at this.
Taking it to them.
Ready to go.
I'm here.
just the idea of him sighing and being like, you know, don't you see? It's just this. I love that.
I will try to sway the public.
Standing by for orders. Initiating surveillance.
And this individual is suspicious to me. This might be an alien. So we're gonna look into that. I'm gonna keep time slow. I'm having a good time rambling. This is a great subject to ramble on, by the way. Thank you, Coffee. Full credit to you. Great subject for rambling about today. As we just slow play Terra Invicta. My brain was going to tell us something. It might have even been important. Does anybody know what it was? Because I don't. oh, yes, the phantom breast pain. Hit game from, what's his name? Kojima? I think I got that right. The Metal Gear Solid guy. I have a distinct memory. Now, mind you, this was At the time, I had no clue that being trans was an option. Like, I had heard the word, like, once in middle school, and, like, the middle school boys that were discussing it couldn't even figure out, like, which way the terms went, right? Oh god, they were dumb, but they were kids. But I was standing in a little walkway on the, like, it was a open walkway on like the second story of one of the little buildings that we had in the high school. I'm giving a terrible description here, but I was just standing there, and oh, hello. Hello, Dictator for Hire. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I hope that you're doing well. Are we planning on taking over America for better boost income since Kazakhstan is now a part of the Eurasian Union? No. No, maybe we should. But I think America's a little beyond our reach right now. I think we're consolidating is the plan, and then figuring out our next steps from there. Yeah, and that too. Coffee is very right. We're planning on a little bit of a acquisition. In due time, in due time. It's a little ways out. We've got Europe Ascendant on the way. A few years away. You know. So it goes, so it goes. But welcome. I hope you're having a good time. Oh, and I see, Coffee. Do you ever just sit there feeling happy that you have the right hormones? Absolutely. 100%. Just sometimes I'll be just be sitting, doing absolutely nothing, and the thought of it will just put a smile on my face. It's nice. I love it. Feels good. So the EU will span from the Atlantic to the Pacific? Mm-hmm. One day. One day. I mean... What do I mean? I don't know. I don't know what I mean. I don't know what I mean anymore. My brain hardly functions at this point. It would be a very, very useful acquisition, I guess is what I mean. The nuclear stockpile, especially. The army, too. Like, getting both of those. I'm a big fan of the idea. If we can acquire their Eurasian Union and bring it in, I mean, what's the phrase? There's two ways that I could say this, and one of them is abjectly wrong. Astride the world? We would be astride the world? I hope I've chosen correctly. 50-50 odds. The other one was straddling the world, but that feels like the one with the sexual connotation, and that's not what I'm trying to say here. I see. Since the speed is slow? Yes, we'll show you the tech tree while we're here. Absolutely. We're just playing things slow while we're here. Just chatting and stuff. One common thing I've heard from the other trans people is, oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Yep, no, that thankfully was not my experience, but I have seen it a lot. People having that kind of experience with it. Yeah, so we've got asteroids going. Project Exodus has kind of been going a little bit nuts with the, doing every propulsion tech that they can get their hands on, which is unfortunate. But otherwise, I think we're doing okay. Decent. I don't know. I'm not exactly a pro at this game, but we're doing vaguely okay, I think. Quantum computing would get you your 6th counselor if that interests you? Yes. Yes, it does. We're working towards it right now. I believe we picked up advanced neural networks. We're working on advanced atomic manipulation. I believe that's the only things that we need for quantum computing. I think that those are the 2 prereqs. That looks kind of correct. At least this is a prereq. But we're definitely working in that direction. Another counselor would be nice. Oh, I was wrong. It was a supplement that makes you smell like syrup. I don't know what it was. Might be fenugreek? Fascinating. Huh. I have no idea what that is, Zach, but that's... Like, is this like a kind of product? Do people want to smell like syrup? Is this like a goal? Or is it like a side effect? Do we know? I think we both only have passing knowledge is the vibe I've gotten, but I'm intrigued. Supplement that many women and trans women take for smoother skin. Ah, I see. So it's a side effect. People don't want to smell like syrup, it just happens. Smelling like syrup is mandatory to transition into a Canadian. Gosh, I'll have to be working on that for my citizenship test. Oh, goodness. So we might be looking for a puppet, the leader of North Korea. Would you be up for that, dictator? Oh, yes. Coffee is scouting. Currently. Dictator for hire? Have I got a job for you? Gosh, it's even Crackdown now. I don't even know who did that. How would you like to inherit the North Korean Civil War? And fire a nuke at China for us. And then get nuked, but we aren't going to tell you that. Are you interested? Yes/no. I just slip you a little piece of paper, you know. Well, the teacher isn't looking. Sounds like fun to die for the cause. Alrighty. We'll put you in when we're ready to start the war. I haven't... For the record, I have not committed. This is our main geopolitical problem right now. Who doesn't want to go out with a bang? Well, clearly you do. I would prefer to be safe sitting here in Paris, but, you do you. You do you. So, Servant China's just really scary. Kind of the idea that we've been playing with and not committed to yet is developing an alliance with India, right? Between the EU and India, because they've got a rivalry. They aren't a big fan of China. Pull them into the war. Use North Korea to start off an exchange to eat one of the nuclear barrages. And win from there. Hope that the nukes go to India instead of to the European Union. And cross your fingers, right? That would be a terrible war to fight for a lot of reasons. I am trying desperately to think of my way out of it, but I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I think it might be necessary. But so it goes. In fact, all of our water is slightly spiked with maple syrup. Good? They use that in place of fluoride? I think that would have the opposite impact of fluoride, actually. I don't think that'd be very good for your teeth. I've never seen the AI launch nukes on the behalf of the player-initiated war, but first time for everything, I suppose. Yeah. That is the thing, is we don't know what they're gonna do. I'm not necessarily anticipating that India will fire its nukes, but that we could start a nuclear exchange between China and North Korea. Or maybe we just hold the nukes back and we just go fully conventional. But the servants will definitely launch. That's the thing, the servants will absolutely fire the nukes given the excuse. I just believe that. I can't guarantee it, but I'm sure they will. If they get the chance to fire nukes at the resistance, I believe they're gonna take it. As soon as you threaten their capital,
Surveillance
they'll
complete.
fire on the invading armies. Yep. Who is this? Initiative Kingpin. Okay, that is not an alien, believe it or not. I got news. The suspicious individual was not an alien, it was actually a corporate, a member of the American corporate empire. Well, we'll have to keep that in mind. Once the capital is threatened, they'll fire the nukes. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, we'll figure something out. It seems Humanity First is getting shreked, which is unfortunate since they can usually be counted on to mess with the servants. Yeah, that is the unfortunate greater context of the global situation. Is Humanity First just, they're all over the place. Like, they've got a couple countries here, they got, for some
Public
reason they
opinion
have
is moving in our
Peru.
direction.
They've got some holdings down here, but they have no central power block. They're just gone. They used to have the UK, but we needed it. Yeah, they used to have the
Opinion
UK.
is moving in our direction.
Believe it or not, they don't anymore for some reason. Wrong place, wrong time, right? Oh, Zach. You have a banana? What are you gonna... Is that for you? Is that a treat? Good for you. Lots of potassium. Gotta keep your vitamin and mineral intake up. Potassium is one of those, right? I didn't just make a fool of myself. I'm pretty sure I got that right. You're gonna nom it? Good, good. Oh, I wish I still had bananas in the house. Why did I eat them all? Potassium is a metal that goes boom when you put it in water. Yes, that is true. That makes it a mineral. It's not a vitamin, it's a mineral, right? Because I know the phrase vitamins and minerals, but potassium counts as a mineral specifically. I'm now approximately 40% sure. I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like, you have like this knowledge.
Target secured.
Oh, nice. Good critical success there. Good burn. It's one of those things where it's like you have a knowledge that is sufficient and that you're reasonably sure enough of
Score one for the good guys.
that isn't necessarily critical to your day-to-day operation. But then, you know, then you say it on camera. You say it like live, you know, on stream, and you're like, wait a minute. Do I actually know this thing, or am I an idiot? Yes, and chlorine is a gas that can kill you, and sodium is a metal that goes pop in water, but together we get table salt. Mm-hmm. Isn't the deal with potassium? Aren't there like different... I'm trying to remember. There's different... I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna sound so dumb. Scarlet, I used to be a big nerd. Also, Scarlet reactivates huge nerd status. I mean, you know, you know me. I never really left it behind. I suppose. Oh, new orgs are gonna be available. We'll have to check that out. That image of the successful burn reminds me of the fireman from Fahrenheit 451. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're so right. I love the image of the burn in this. It's so satisfying. Which I know following up from that is maybe sending
What's
the
the
wrong
up?
message. But also, like, it's just
Eyes
such a
up.
good image. And the sound effect it
Reporting
plays
in.
too. But what I was gonna say, with potassium in bananas specifically, isn't it like a very specific... I don't know if it's a kind of potassium, like a specific... Is it an isotope? Right? Like a different stable isotope of potassium? No. Maybe? Gosh. I remember there's something being weird about potassium in bananas. Yeah. Also, if you eat a few thousand bananas in an hour, you die of radiation poisoning.
I'm here.
Yeah, I think that's related to what I'm thinking of. I think that the potassium specifically is like an isotope. It's not, it's not the... I'm trying to remember my chemistry terms. It's not this, like the... I mean, there can be multiple stable isotopes, but it's not like the, the one with, like, the quote-unquote normal amount of neutrons. Something like that. Bananas are technically radioactive, yeah. Yep, okay. I think my memory might be working vaguely properly. Rumors have it. Reminds me of the banana and Sprite challenge. That sounds interesting. It sounds like something. I'm not familiar. And that reminds me of the Callan challenge? What are these challenges? I'm aware of the... I'm gonna call it the challenge culture, you know, like the ice bucket thing and all of that, but I'm not familiar with these in particular. Basically things to make you throw up. You know, I should have realized. I should have realized. Let's see. Some new orgs. Templin's available. Templin's okay. You've got more admin. Congratulations. Brookhaven exists. Brookhaven's okay. Not necessarily incredible, but it's okay. Eat 2+ bananas and drink a whole liter of Sprite? I'm... Why? Oh my goodness. I read that coffee. I want you to know that I read that and I've had a like a visceral physical reaction to just reading that potion that you've described. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh, people are something. Where do they come up with these things? Why would you drink all of that soda? I mean, that much soda in and of itself would just be uncomfortable. Why, for lols, clicks and views, Darwinism, I don't know. Because you wouldn't download a car, dare us to dream and never back down from weird, impossible challenges. I love you wouldn't download a car. That's such a good bit. I mean, I know it's from an actual, like, anti-piracy ad. It was not meant to be a bit. Or, well, you wouldn't download a car is a bit based off the anti-piracy ad, I guess. But I don't know. It lives rent-free in my mind. I'm a big fan. That's all I can say. Just more admin, I think. I don't know, I'm just not seeing any orgs that are super jumping out at me and saying, pick me. We will help your organization. It's just like they're all okay. Is Templin gonna be a good addition? I mean, Templin is good. I mean, Templin's probably a decent pickup, actually. It's for if you swallow poison. Actual poison control advice if you're just poison. Oh, that concoction. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Huh. You know, that actually reminds me. I know that, I mean, this is tangentially related, but an update on everybody's favorite arc on this channel. An update on everybody's favorite arc, my personal favorite arc, the job hunt arc, is that we are applying for, there are openings that just opened for emergency dispatchers where I live, and I have decided to apply. I will not be getting this job, but I figured I would mention it since it is tangentially related to poison control. Engine age well, you can download a car in 2023. That's the best part, though. That just means it aged all the better, right? You wouldn't download a bear. I don't know, I think lots of people would download a bear. Both kinds, too. You need more combustibles and noble metal income, apparently. Unfortunate with the low boost income we have currently. Yeah, I think we're waiting on our Mars bases to come online. We've got Mars mining on the way. Like, literally en route. We're just waiting for them to land and get started. Hopefully that will help out. Okay, I'm gonna pick up Templin. That's the decision I've made. What am I ditching for Templin? something. I couldn't tell you what, but probably something. For now, Xenon. There you go. Alright, cool. That'll do. It sounds like a very rewarding yet frustrating job. Yeah, I think it would be roughly up my alley. It feels like important work. I think it would be rewarding. I can also understand that it would be very stressful to dealing with, you know, emergency calls for a living. But, you know, it's work. It's work. And I don't know. I've worked with I'll say like sensitive situations before, like that's a weird way to describe it. I think I've mentioned before, I used to like tutor like kids who are like survivors of like, you know, domestic abuse and stuff. So, though I'm not going to go into any further details on that in particular, you know, I've kind of been in the area of dealing with like more challenging stuff like that, and I found it satisfying. You know, I found that I could walk away from it and feel good generally about those interactions. So maybe I'll get it. It'll be a time. Could totally take on a bear, really depends on the type of bear. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Dictator. I've been mere inches away from one type of bear, and it isn't the one you'd expect. I'm not sure which one I'm expecting, Coffee. I'm not sure. I'm not.
Where to?
We need to deploy you, I think. Wait, or no,
Reporting
maybe
in.
you're fine where you are? I think you're fine where you are. I've lost track of what was happening. I'm so readily distracted from this game. Yeah, that is the saying, Zach. That is. I don't know how accurate it is, but that is the saying. It was a grizzly. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Goodness. Yeah, that is kind of what I worry about, Dictator. I know it's definitely not going to be an always happy job, but it would be a job, and I would hope that I could handle it, or at least keep an eye on myself and know to switch jobs if I wasn't handling it, right? Definitely something to be careful of. The other thing is that it's a government position, and if we're thinking practically, that's got job security at the very least. So at least that would be some stress off my back. But we'll see. I'm probably not gonna land the job. My confidence is not high, but I was filling out the application stuff for that this morning. Gosh. Oh my gosh, I've already done it, like, productive things today. Isn't that crazy when you wake up before noon that you actually get things done? I was about to say, yeah, I did that yesterday, and no, that was a lie. I did this today. It was a trained bear that used to be in movies? Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Also, as a Canadian who lives 30 minutes away from a forest, that is the advice. Also, when you're in the woods, talk, sing, whistle, because a scared bear is a deadly bear. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, because if you're, like, making noise and stuff, it's not like they're gonna, like, come running up to you, right? Is my understanding. I... Growing up, I lived in an area... We didn't have bears, but we had mountain lions. And the advice there was similar. You know? Like, they aren't really looking for you, but if they wander up on you, you know, you don't want them to do that. Yeah, if you see a mountain lion, it's likely been seeing you for a while, but it's the mountain lion you don't see that you have to worry about. Exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. Even there, like, we lived, in an urban environment, so they would come wandering down out of the nearby mountains. We had some of them, like, around our elementary school once, actually. And, like, this is in the middle of, like, what was rapidly becoming, like, a suburban area. It was wild. It was something. We are gonna send you out on a little job. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing with this counselor. And the answer is I have no idea. Absolutely no clue. Maybe we send you here?
We'll see what they're up to.
Ready.
Nope, you have no persuasion abilities. I don't know why I thought you did. And you can start
Turning
doing
up the
crime
heat.
downs. Not a high priority, but it's something that we can start working on, is getting into the Eurasian Union. Prying the servants out would be nice. Would make the battle lines a little bit clearer anyhow. That looks okay. It was theirs first and will be theirs long after us. Yep.
Setting a watch.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, goodness. That's just wild to me. I mean, the ecological devastation aside, because of course that's terrible, the displacement of natural environments to build suburbs on top of them is just... We could go on forever about all the horrors that go into that. But also I think it's just fascinating how a lot of the times the animals don't actually really leave. And you just end up with the urban mountain lions. Or here we've got the backyard coyotes and stuff, because there are these little tiny sections of woods that have been built over the top of. And like, the wildlife didn't just leave, it's just adapted, some better than others, to the new environment. And it's just crazy. It's just wild to me. One thing I always think of is there's this one town in the woods close to me that was abandoned, and trees are already growing from the buildings. Oh gosh, yeah. That sounds like a fun vibe. Which misses the point, but also... we should do more like South Korea, build strong foundations and build up. Feels so much larger than it is because they're multi-floored buildings. Yeah, like though it depends on where you are, because seismic activity definitely factors
some
into
intel on our
construction. But I think that there's a lot of room to build up, or denser. That's one of the big things. But servant evangelist, keep on their tail, please. That's a lucky find. We can pick them up. It's an old mining town that was abandoned because the mine dried up. Oh, I see. I grew up in California. And so we had a lot of, like, towns like that out west that were, like, you know, legitimate, like, old western towns. That were just abandoned for reasons like that. And I mean, out in the desert, they didn't always have like trees grow through the buildings, so they're missing out on that part of the vibe. But the the
The people will come to our side.
I don't know, they were cool. I liked them. I mean, it's kind of sad, right? But also, it's kind of cool.
The people will come to our side.
Cali, you. Hey, what do we have against California? You don't have to list everything. We've got a lot against them. Lots of fair criticisms. But that is where I grew up. Yes. Was all the
They
way
slipped away from
out
us.
here. It would have been. That's fine. Keep repeating. I didn't expect you to succeed. It would have been. What? Right around here? Right off the corner of this tank? If I'm reading this vaguely correctly. Is around where I would have grown up. Just down the valley from LA. In fact, I can even say the county. San Bernardino. Because that doesn't narrow it down. San Bernardino County, did you know, fun fact, the largest, physically, by size, the largest county in the United States. San Bernardino County. Also, I mean, gosh, big enough that you could probably split it off, and I mean, it's bigger than some states. Comparable in size to some. Like massive, absolutely huge, and most of it's empty desert. For the record, most of it's empty desert. Biggest one is Californians moving to other states, making them cringe and arrogant, like some parts of Cali. Hey. Well, I don't think that I was arrogant when I moved out. I don't think I had that. I don't think I had that Cali trait. But I do get what you mean. My family was originally, had moved to California from the Midwest. And so, I'm actually answering that question right now, Coffee, by happenstance. So the story is, oh gosh, I was raised by my grandparents, right? So they had moved out here, out to California, right? Again, the map, out to California. And I was making a joke. Well, we're still gonna get an answer. Not a direct, like, this is my address, this is where I live exactly, but talking generally. And the reason that my grandparents had moved out to California was because my grandfather had wanted to pan for gold. He was retirement age. He wanted to go out to California and pan for gold. What a guy. What a dude. He was cool. I liked him a lot. And he did it. He actually built up a pretty good collection of like little nuggets and stuff, you know. Growing up, he would show me how to like work the machine. It was basically a what do you call it? I used to know this. You run water through this and it like sifts through, like, you know, your samples and stuff, your gravel and stuff, so you can get the gold out. I forget what it's called. But, you know, we used to do all that stuff together. And then, but they were originally from here, the American Midwest, lovingly called Chicago here. The province of Chicago. So that's kind of the story there. We went back eventually.
I'm here.
In summary, I knew it. I knew there was still some
Head
of this
into the
stuff
LC.
here.
Ready.
Here, we'll keep it rolling. But yeah. Yep, indeed. I don't know. I kind of miss it. It was very different from where I live now. A lot busier. But also, I do quite enjoy not being, like, directly in the path of the smog from LA. Oh my goodness. You could drive to LA and you could tell you were getting close even before you could, like, see the buildings and stuff. You could see the smog hanging over it, like a big giant cloud. And they just grew and grew throughout the day, especially around rush hours. So, maybe some downsides of where I lived. Oh, fission pile has arrived on Mars. That is not mining, believe it or not. Newsflash, fission piles don't come with shovels. But soon those should arrive. That should be coming up here in the near future. Looks like we're 3 years out from Europe Ascendant. Working towards cybernetic implants, arrival law. Cool. Fun stuff going on. Project Exodus continues to research more propulsion tech, because that's the only thing they're capable of doing, apparently.
Surveillance complete.
I wonder how they win. I know Project Exodus's win condition is unique in that them winning does not actually end the game for everybody else. They just kind of get up and leave. But I wonder, like, how they do it exactly. Like, what text do they need? Like, is this smart for the Project Exodus AI to just research all these propulsion techs? Or is their AI just a little bit weird? I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see. Keep a tail on them, just so I don't lose track. Have you ever heard of Tom Lair? That feels familiar, but I'm not remembering who that is off the top of my head. F's in chat for the support crews Project Exodus leaves behind after they launch their mama ship. Oof. Oof to be the Project Exodus support crews. A satirist? Satirist. I know what this word is. I know what it means. I'm just having a moment where I don't actually understand how the English language should be spoken. A satirist or a satirist? He makes the funny comics.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Actually, are the comics good? Are we a good satirist? Anyways, he made a song called
We're winning
Pollution.
their hearts and minds.
I see. I see. Is it good? I suppose that's subjective, but do we like it? I'm not familiar.
Targets lost.
Oh. I may have to look that up later. Oh, yes, a boot for you. Crackdown failed. That's okay. That's fine. I'm not rushing this. Core outpost is set up. That is still not mining, but the mining equipment should be on the way. I can step up the clock a little bit.
The LC is secure.
Now that my rambling has slowed down slightly, we can handle just a little bit more gameplay. I've got to ration out, like, my, my very limited brain cells. We are not capable of multitasking. Though, is anybody? Isn't that a thing? Like, actually nobody's capable of true multitasking. It's just some people are better at switching between different tasks and mistake that for multitasking. Something like that. Maybe I'm
Your orders?
misremembering.
Gear up.
Alright, let's go do another burn. And
Ready for my mission.
we've been tailing a fellow.
Acknowledged. Tracking target.
We've been tailing a fellow. It's this guy. Oh, I remember this guy. This is the guy who keeps turning up randomly. I'm surprised they've survived so long. Their security score's pretty garbage. Then again, I've never taken a shot at them. You know, Humanity First is too busy to do it. Well, we don't have anything useful, but we should take the shot at you while we got the chance. Double check, you don't have, yeah, no defensive traits, no, like, hard to kill. So, yeah, just take the shot, honestly. That'll be fine. That should be a pretty straightforward turn. Things are still not moving in the direction that I want here. A little bit more Unity funding. The score is still too low. Alright, that'll do. True, unless you get subjective by including combos like laundry and cleaning home or listening to instrumental music while playing a game. Oh. The satirical song I've heard in a while is Burnham's Pandaren. I feel like this is a name I've heard. We've got a event here, but I'm a little cursed with a lack of memory for the names of artists, like musicians especially. I don't remember who makes things. I just don't. And it's not that I'm not appreciative of their work, right? It's just, I just don't remember. I'm so bad about it. Oh, goodness. Interesting. So, young Ching was supposed to be done with this life, yet, as the polite man with a goatee sitting across the table from her calmly explains, it's not as simple as that. She accumulated certain debts and expectations in the underworld, and simply working for the Resistance now hasn't changed that. Nevertheless, it won't be anything too big, nothing to worry about, just a small favor for old time's sake. Daring heist time? Mm-hmm. Just roll high? Yeah. So, we've got a few options here. We could refuse. And there's a chance that nothing happens. They're bluffing. They don't have the power. Or they firebomb. You know, her orgs. Or they assassinate her. Probably not worth the risk. We could agree to smuggle some unsavory contraband during their travels, which will gain us a bunch of money. Oh, now this is interesting, actually. This could be an opportunity. Oh, hello, skeleton. Welcome, welcome. Are we winning? No. But that's okay. We're having fun. It's not over till it's over. And yes, a boop for you too. I hope that you're doing well, skeleton. Welcome, welcome. Interesting. So, we could use this actually to influence the situation in China if we so desired. And now, isn't that something? We got the Hammer of Dawn, just blast him from space. Not quite yet. That's a little ways out for us. Now, there's also just Daring Heist, which gets us a bunch of stuff if we roll well. You know, I think we all need to thank Blowhigh for the service they've done for the trans community. Oh, absolutely. Hey, Cassandra. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Oh, you're gonna finish your first year of media? You scared? Oh, I hope it goes well. First year of level 3 media? I hope that goes well for you, skeleton. Good luck. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking regarding this event, because this is actually an interesting opportunity for us to undermine our enemies. Usually, I mean, you know, 50-50 chance you get a bunch of money. Yeah, either you do or you don't. Even though it's a more like 25% chance. You know, like, this is good. Usually I would do the Daring Heist. But unsavory contraband, I think, is actually going to be the move here. Because what this is going to do is it's going to make inequality worse. And it's already quite high. That's going to contribute, yeah, to the decline of cohesion in China. And it's just going to outright decrease the cohesion. I think this is worth it. Near enough done work, just need to have it all looked over. I hope I get a distinction or at least a merit. I hope so too, skeleton. I believe in you. Good luck. We got a 1 in 20 chance of getting the good stuff. Gotta love those odds. I mean, that's true. But I think we're gonna try this. Good. Alright, that's awesome. It's actually really good. Alright. With how Yangqing was constantly traveling the globe on our behalf, it was no problem for her to carry an extra briefcase with them on her way to her next destination. What was in that briefcase? We don't know, but it can't have been anything good. Perhaps it's better that we don't know. So, that's gonna really mess up China. Which normally would not be something that I go for, but considering that it's servant controlled, with a situation like this, we could go for a coup.
The target is down.
Nice shot, buddy. Do we know what a treatment is? A treatment.
Mission is a no-go. Mission
Well,
aborted.
broadly speaking, but I'm not sure what specific context you're talking about, Skeleton. When it comes to media. Not off the top of my head, no. I feel like it's a term I've heard used before.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
I feel like I should know what this is. Oh. Another event. But yeah, please, if you want to briefly explain Skeleton. Local explorers have happened upon a strange obelisk in the wilderness near Ankara. The obelisk is a tall, vaguely pyramidal object with a surface of cool, smooth metal. People on the scene have reported hearing an eerie hum and feeling uneasy in the presence of the obelisk. This is certainly worth looking into in light of recent developments, but how should we go about it? It's like a summary of the story and idea with an audience section planning out who you intend on targeting your piece towards. Oh. Planning their spending power, getting a summary of the story and how it flows. Oh, I see. That's nifty. Huh. I didn't realize that's what they called that. You learn something new every day. I am of the opinion that we should not allow the obelisk to stand any longer. There's a chance that we get some science out of this, but most importantly, I just don't want to have to deal with the xenoforming. I'd say our best odds are going to be if we go with ordering the obelisk to be demolished on the spot. The explosives went off as planned, but when the smoke cleared, the obelisk had vanished without a trace. Well, I'd say that's a W. No, keep it, use its power. We can. It's an enemy... I don't know, the enemy obelisk. I don't know what it does, but it can't be anything good. Hey, and there's our Mars mining, finally. Good, good, good. One of them.
Target destroyed.
We should have another one on the way. Plan? Oh, I see. Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea, Skeleton. I think that sounds like a good one. If you want to plan something like that out, I would think that a treatment would be good in that case. Obelisk the Tormentor was an alien all along. Is that what it's called? Have we named it the Tormentor? Well, I'm quite glad that we blew it up then. Alrighty. Old Yu-Gi-Oh reference? Oh. I can't believe Obelisk the Tormentor would do this. Clearly, I'm not very well versed with old Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, honestly. I've gotta come clean. I'm sorry. I wasn't into Yu-Gi-Oh! I was into Magic. Now I'm into Netrunner. But I think, I think this is a known thing. Oh. We might be able... Yeah, we've got unification candidates.
Ready for orders. On my way to the capital.
Reporting in.
Ready to go.
We can unify some places. Also,
Setting
make
a
sure
watch.
that's all gone, for sure.
Ready for my mission.
And then come back over here. Crack this down.
Tracking down.
Should be taken care of. Alrighty. And let's take a moment to check on the space situation, because we haven't done that in a while. Okay, there's still some spots on Mars that are available. Do we want some of these? Yeah, what's up, Skeleton? What is up? I think that we do. I think we're gonna take... whatever this spot is called. Acidalia Planitia? I don't know. Yeah, the asteroids are an option. You're right. The asteroids are an option. But also, they're fiddly. And I would need to survey them, and I haven't done that yet. Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can set up shop here. So we have the boost to send out the main module, and then from there I think we can build the rest, probably. Let's try it. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Easy to harvest metal right on their surface. Oh yeah, but we need to survey it first. And I don't have time for that. I'm just gonna build more Mars bases. Let's see. That should be it for now. I think this is everything. That'll be another mining operation eventually. Cool. I think that's all I need to do in space for the moment. We're just kind of... I don't know, we don't have any grand plans really in the works today. I know Terra Invicta streams are usually slow, not least because of my inevitable ranting.
Initiating surveillance.
But, what's up? How much is this, taking of your hardware? That's a good question. I presume... I feel like this has to have a bit of a high demand. Maybe. I don't know.
If some ancient race of brilliant, gentle snake men suddenly crawled from the desert, they would have no rights, no protections. Any idiot with a rifle could turn a miracle into a pair of boots. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee on BBC News Night.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Skeleton, but that's a good question. I feel like it must not be killing my hardware, considering that the stream is going okay. Like, we're not getting, like, any stuttering or anything. But I do also know that, I mean, well, I don't think Terra Invicta is super heavy in terms of its demands. Right? Maybe? I mean, yeah, he's got a point. You're right, Skeleton, he does have a point. This is a rival law, actually. So, other species now walk amongst our own. That's right, they are among us. This is a genie we cannot put back in its bottle. Whatever the long-term consequences of the alien rifle, we can never revert to a world where terrestrial humanity considers only its own needs, rights, and behaviors. The creaking ancient structures that are our laws, both national and international, were not designed with such an uncanny prospect in mind, and so there must now be a flurry of new edicts and powers. We must establish not just how we respond to our unexpected visitors, but also how and if we integrate the discoveries that arise from their presence in our lives. The implications for genetics alone necessitate an entire new field of law and ethics. Beyond that, there are also the endless complications of life in space. Who can make claim to what borders there should be, and which technologies must be liberated from patents in order to benefit all of mankind. We have thus commissioned the world's best legal minds to draft what is, in effect, a new international constitution, an eye-wateringly complicated starting point from which all the world's nations and beyond can begin to legislate for this anxious, bold new era. Protect the cat girls. Yes, we're putting that in. You know, the brilliant, gentle cat girls will not be turned into jackets and boots. Okay. So that's a rival law. We're gonna have to select a new tech after this. This is gonna hopefully unlock some interesting engineering projects for us. We'll burn those bridges when we get to them. But what are we doing here? I don't know. Oh, I see a very important question, Skeleton. Let me think. Lamia or Arachne? Which would I rather? That's a tough one. That's a tough one because neither are my preference. I think they both have their appeal. I think that's what I'll say. I think they both have their appeal. How about that? I just can't choose. What can I say? Oh, goodness. I think that it's time that we maybe begin considering. Thank you for understanding, Skeleton. Thank you. How merciful of you. I appreciate it. It may be time for us to consider beginning to move towards bringing down an alien ship. I'm not sure. But I feel like that's a direction that we may need to be moving in. Yes, understanding over violence. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh, goodness. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yawn in your ear. I don't know where that came from. Why am I yawning? It's not even 5 p.m. That's not allowed. No. Heapy Scarlet? No, I can't be. It's literally not even 5 p.m. I'm not allowed to be tired. I think I'm gonna go Principles of Space Warfare. I know that we won it eventually, and I can't think of what else we want here right this moment. I think we want to start moving this way. I think we need to start getting ready for a space conflict. Not all-out war, but some skirmishes. I think we're getting to a position where that's achievable.
Their control is vulnerable now.
Oh no, I was trying to read your message, Skeleton, and I just yawned again. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with me? You know what it probably is? I'm probably just not completely adjusted to the new sleep schedule. That's probably what's going on here. My body is not used to this. EP Scarlet need caffeine? Maybe? Should I? Should I grab a drink? Like a soda or something? Maybe. Oh, maybe. Anyhow, we got the crackdown. We're gonna be able to move
Winning their
in
hearts and minds.
on the Eurasian
Our
Union.
case remains unheard.
What's the new schedule? Being awake at respectable hours. That's the new schedule. I honestly, the past couple weeks, I've really let my sleep schedule go entirely, which I'm sure you're all aware of, given how I was never on time to stream for the past 2 weeks or so. But I did it again. Why? Overrated Nocturnal for the win? No, I think I'm way better off waking up in the morning. As tempting as it is to just be awake late into the night.
If we are to contemplate founding human society on another world, it is imperative that we learn from our past mistakes. It is a chance to start afresh with fairness and equality, the very bedrock of how we live. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, speech at the International Peace Conference.
Yawn. Oh gosh. You know, if I was tired before, I sure am tired after hearing that, Commissioner. I'm being mean. What you said is fine, but you're also a part of the Protectorate, so... Oh, that's high energy electrostatic propulsion. Great. Amazing. I wonder what Project Exodus will be doing next. Oh, magnetic force manipulation. I'm pretty sure that's another propulsion tech. Or it leads to them at least. Who would have thunk it? But, like, I feel way better. Over the weekend, we'd been talking about earlier how I kind of fixed my sleep schedule a bit, and I need to behave myself. Right? I need to behave myself. I need to go to bed tonight at a decent time. Don't yawn again, Scarlet. Don't do it. You can't keep doing this. You're live. You can't keep yawning. It's not allowed. But hopefully we'll be better adjusted. Kieran cannot be trusted, that's right. I think Kieran's got a good heart. I think his heart's in the right place, but also he's selling humanity out, and we can't have that. Let the young be free. They want freedom. I know that they want freedom, but... And I'm powerless to stop them, it seems. Oh, you have something to show if you can find it? I see, I see. Let's see, what would it be? What would it be, skeleton? I'm gonna try and read this. I'm gonna do my best. Bear with me. I'm sorry. I just suddenly became so tired in the last few minutes. It's crazy. But I'll post it in Discord if I can find it here. Awesome. Thank you, skeleton. Our solar system is a treasure trove of resources that will help us become the spacefaring race we are surely destined to be. This does not remove the need for human ingenuity, of course. So, it is to a further evolution of electrostatic propulsion systems that we now look as we seek to explore the furthest corners of the solar system, and perhaps beyond. This new thruster concept is based on our existing electrostatic drives, but employs far stronger fields in combination with a lighter ionized propellant. The latter can be accelerated faster and to significantly greater maximum velocities, while the strengthened fields will also have a smaller footprint, allowing for more compact drive design. Ships equipped with these new thrusters will comfortably exceed the current limitations of space travel. Cool. Thanks, Project Exodus.
Policy direction complete.
Appreciate it. Alrighty. There goes some of the border gore, thank goodness. This is a good project. I'm sorry, I don't know why I suddenly became so tired. Oh my gosh, I just can't stop yawning. I hope that's not annoying. Regulatory capture is cool if we're doing direct investment. Something I should probably do more of, but our income's kinda not amazing. Oh, I see. Thank you, thank you. I'll glance over there in a second. Let's go ahead and break
Removing
in
our
here.
enemies.
Reporting in.
More ores in the marketplace. Yep, those are in fact orgs. Yup. Indeed. Actually, I don't know. Some of these are decent, actually. Some of these orgs are actually okay. Not you know, nothing that's getting me like particularly excited, but not bad. You know? Not terrible. I think I'm gonna save up on this guy to remove Paranoid. At first I thought that Paranoid wasn't going to be that big of an issue. But I was wrong. And I'm willing to accept. I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong. Have we seen them yet, the vid? No, I haven't tapped over yet. One moment. I'm just gonna get this turn situated, then I'll take a peek. Well, if I'm saving up, I don't have any levels to do. And if that's the case... The rest of these orgs are a little bit harder to justify taking under the current circumstances. There's not a whole lot that really helps us. Like, there's a couple orgs that make money. That's about it. DARPA's available? Oh my goodness, you're right. We couldn't take it on any of our people, so like my eyes just kind of glanced over it. My word, you're right, DARPA's available. Thank you, Dictator for Hire. This is what I get for being tired, I guess. I just did not process that this was here. This is a really good organization. It's expensive. But we can afford it. What's DARPA? The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. They make... they do military research, basically, for the United States. They make the robo-dogs and dancing robots. Yeah. That's, well, they do that. One of the many things that DARPA does. I want DARPA. We're getting this. I'm not sure how just yet. We're just gonna have to make some room. I guess you can move Lupin to someone else. The National Reconnaissance Office is too expensive for what it is, but DARPA's worth it. DARPA is worth it. 200 influence? That's so good. That's a ton of science. And you get an engineering project, and the really big thing here is their one true goal is to make a Mecha Fido to fight Mecha Godzilla that we know Japan is making at this moment. Boston Dynamics got some help from DARPA. Yeah, civilian versus military. Yeah, so DARPA is government skeleton. Cool. That's a great pickup. That's a good spot, Dictator. Thank you. I would have missed that. I would have missed that DARPA was available. Otherwise, I think this turn's more or less good to go. If I switch this around,
We're going in.
and then we'll look at Skeleton's
Standing
little
by
video.
for orders.
I'll see what that is real quick. Where is this? Set national policy. We've
On
got
my
some
way
more
to the capital.
unifications to do. Alright. I'm gonna tab over and check. Ooh, memento, por favor. You ever just stare off into space for like 30 minutes? All the time, Coffee. Yes, absolutely. I feel you. What is this? Oh, I also got a message from Kit. Oh, okay. Glad that I checked that. I didn't realize Kit sent me a message. Let me find this. Let's see, off topic. Oh, these are the didn't you show us one of these kinds of things before, Skeleton? With the robotic legs? Oh, these are cool. I'm just gonna show like a little bit of this because I think it's nifty. Here, let me pull this up. and mute the tab. Oh, that's crazy looking. Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna test something. You've given me a great opportunity, Skeleton. You know, for a very long time, ladies, gentlemen, and those of you who know better, for a very long time in this stream, in the history of this stream, the, 5-month history that we've been doing this, every time we've had to transition to desktop in order to show videos, memes, and other stuff, we've gotten to see a very professional desktop transition. Because I never actually bothered to set up the hotkeys to be able to do it instantly. Well, I say to you, I'm gonna hope this works. Tell me if this works. No more. I hope I hit the right button. I've got like a delay, so I won't actually see it. It worked. What can I say? What can I say? You know, I know. Please hold your applause. I'm incredible. Yeah, lady with General Grievous arms. Skeleton sent this to us. I'm not gonna listen to the sound because I don't want it to play over the lo-fi. Oh, scroll up. Okay, but I'm gonna tell you. I'd get cybernetic arms like this. General Kenobi, yeah. Oh, they hug. That's sweet. I know these are like robotic arms, but if we had like actual cybernetics, I would get extra arms like this. I need more Emeka arms. That lady gives 3 times more applause than I can currently. Aww. Oh, these are cool. Oh, this is a good find, Skeleton. Thank you. Well, they're really showing off these arms, huh? And then if I press this button, this should send you all back to the game. And I'm gonna confirm and make sure that that's the truth. Before I embarrass myself. We're back? Awesome. You know, it was really just as simple as me actually setting hotkeys for particular scenes. But, I feel really accomplished that it actually worked. So, she's really caressing those arms. She was. They were... I don't know what they were doing with those arms, but good for them. You know, I just say good for them. Well, thank you, Skeleton. That was nifty. Obviously, they're lesbians. Of course. Naturally. How else could you explain this? Oh. Probe arrived on Deimos. Alrighty. I think we want a base on the moon of Mars. Phobos is fine, too. We'll do that, too. We'll claim the territory. I think that we have the resources to do so. Yeah, we definitely do. You know. It's still in the Mars area, so if we set up like a defensive fleet around Mars in the distant future, like, these are the moons of Mars, they'll be fine here. They'll be defensible. Let's see, set that up. Where's this other moon? Bring it to me. And the resources are decent. The volatiles in the water are good to have. It's a little bit more distributed. I think it'll be fine. I think it's a good investment. And you can see here that for a lot of this, we are now just using resources purely in space. Besides the initial, like, outpost cores, which we still have to build on Earth, everything else we're manufacturing in space. So it's way more achievable for us to continue to expand. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, the construction module yet? We need to get some of those set up. Is it available for research yet? That's what I need to figure out. It is. It is. So we should get that soon. Probably right after cybernetic implants. So when we get a fleet, what's the plan? Just a barrage of missiles throwing a hunk of depleted uranium through an alien's head? Those are options. I'm not sure. So there are, and you can mix and match a little bit, but there's kind of 3 broad paths for space-based weapons technology that we can follow. There's a missile tech, which is probably what we're going to use early to take down an alien ship. I'm not sure if we're going to dedicate ourselves to missiles. There's a lasers. Oh, dictator. Personally, I'd like to rush green arc lasers. Definitely an option. And then there are mass drivers, right? Just throwing the hunk of depleted uranium through the aliens. So we've got options. I haven't decided which I'm gonna focus on yet, but we're gonna see. I'm gonna see what the vibe is. We're getting close. We're getting close to the point of making that decision. We've got the first stage of space warfare tech currently being researched globally, so we're gonna be making a decision soon. I should probably think about it more, actually. We're probably going to get a little bit of everything, but I do need to think about what I'm focusing on.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Military leaders decide the loadout of their fleets based on the vibes. Exactly. What's the vibe? Listen, what are the alien vibes, okay? We need to come up with a counter vibe. That's the thing. There we go. Cybernetic implants. We figured out how to put the arms actually attached to people, not just strapped on. Alrighty. That's really good. When it comes around to our turn, we'll show off what that means. Why is this? Do it by category, please. Thank you. We probably should get construction module next. I mean, there's so much. There's just so much tech. There's an impossible amount of tech. We need to prioritize. Construction module's good. Yeah, it has to get done. There's some other things that also need to get done, but construction modules, I think, the next thing that we're up to. Alright. Yeah. Okay. That'll be fine for now.
We've moved the needle.
Gosh.
Policy direction complete.
I'm not sure if that was loud for all of you, but that was very loud for me. I was turning my head, and I, like, bumped, like, my headset into my own chair. And normally that would not be very loud. Like, it wasn't hard. But because, it's on my ear... It was incredibly loud to me. Oh gosh. Let's take Sweden. There we go. Brought into the fold now. We are going to have to... Good, you're already an ally. So you're gonna have to get refederated. We've got more of those on the way.
By the numbers.
That should be the last burn down here, I
We've
believe.
removed some threats.
And we are officially into the Eurasian Union. There we go. Looks like the Academy was trying to get in there too. Oh, you have a good night, skeleton. You sleep well? Alrighty.
Diplomacy has its place, but if you don't go into every situation prepared for the absolute worst case scenario, you might as well turn up wearing nothing but a smile. Commander Fiona Ayawade, leaked training video.
Thank you, Commander. Alrighty. Oh, thank you, skeleton. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in. It was good to see you. No, I'll tell you what we need. Manned torpedoes. Load a bunch of jarheads into a rocket and send it at a Mach into the alien craft. I mean, it's an idea. It's an idea. We could re-enlist the pigeons. Right? However, I believe that these days we have these things called computers and computer guidance systems, which may, rumor has it, reduce casualties. Oh, hello, Yalashia. Welcome, welcome. Legalize nuclear bombs. On it, on it. A nuclear bomb for every backyard in Europe. Wait, no, that sounds wrong. Wait, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. How's it going? It is going well. We're having a good day of Terra Invicta. Having a good day in general. Woke up early, had a good time. Now I'm tired. That's about the only downside right now. You missed it, Yalashia. I was just yawning incessantly. It was terrible. But how are you doing, Yalashia? I hope that you're doing well. No, they don't explode. They puncture the ship's hull, releasing swarms of angry Marines. Oh, I see. They're boarding pods, not torpedoes. Did you get some nom-noms? I did. Not only did I have breakfast, I had lunch too. I'm doing so well today. This rat is so damn eepy, that's right. You won't find an eepier rat anywhere. Oh, and you're doing alright? A free day today? Awesome. Glad to hear it. You deserve it. Thank you, thank you. As it turns out, when you wake up in the morning, by noon, you get to not only eat breakfast, but you get to eat lunch too. Crazy concept, I know. But this is the principles of space warfare here. The words are swimming before my eyes, but I'm legally obligated to read them. Like, they're good. I'm just tired. But I'm gonna put it off. Ah, gosh, no, I should read it. Space guns. It's about space guns. That's what that tech is. It was on the screen long enough. If you wanted to read it, I mean, you can yell at me and we'll go look at it in the archives or something. I can't read anymore. Half my brain cells are already shut down. I think we all like my plan. Just boarding pods and railguns, go full out space orcs. I mean, it's an option. I think it would get us a lot of salvage for sure, for sure. How was my weekend? My weekend was pretty good. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Now I need to make a decision. I'm putting it off. I'm gonna rant and rave instead for a little bit. But this weekend was good. I made big strides towards fixing the sleep schedule. I feel much better. I feel way more sane now. I got a lot of stuff done. I was very productive, both in job hunt territory, in stream territory, in taking care of myself in this house territory. It was a good weekend for all of that. I feel good. I feel good about myself after it. So I'd say it was a W overall. Any dreams? Oh, dreams. Yes. Maybe? Maybe? Possibly? Screws, fancy tech, we will throw rocks at you. That's right. At very high velocities. And also the rocks are made of lead. Sane? Think of your silliness? Well, okay, but hear me out. Now, hear me out. Maybe, possibly, I can be silly and also be healthy. And now, I don't know, I'm still working on this one. I'll admit, it's outside of my field. This is not the kind of things that I studied in school. But I think there's a chance, I think there's an argument to be made. I'd be an advocate for some studies on the matter. It doesn't really count as scientific research, but I'm going to conduct a little bit of, at-home testing in lieu of those studies, right? Since they don't really exist. That maybe I can still be excessively silly and also almost count as being sane. I don't know, what do we think? Maybe, possibly, sort of, a little bit. Alright. What are we gonna do here? We need to make a decision. This is not necessarily the only time. We could get more than one of these. Don't yawn. Don't do it. Focus. You can't fall asleep on stream. It's not allowed. You're all gonna help me with this. Big yawn. No, you're gonna elicit one. You don't know how... Yolashu, I'm gonna fight you. Sleeping stream, let's go. Oh no. No, you all. I can't take a nap. Oh gosh, maybe I should if I'm feeling this way. But at the very least, first you're all gonna help me with something. Throwing rocks through Xenos? Okay, we gotta vote for kinetics warfare doctrine. We need to decide how we're gonna kill the aliens. As long as the sleep stream is not intentional on the streamer's part, it's not against TOS. Is that true? That's crazy if true. I mean, believable. Believable. Some people push themselves really hard, you know? So chat, we can convince the streamer to sleep through yawning messages. We can make a nap happen. That's, listen. You may have power, but I merely ask that you exercise it responsibly. And that's not very responsible of you, dictator. Why am I surrounded by poor influences? Maybe that's too harsh. Being responsible on the internet, good joke, very fun, sleep. Oh my gosh, I am losing it. I think we're confirming that I can both be sane and absolutely be losing it at the same time. My favorite was Hobbs' sleeping section during one subathon where he just played a 90s horror for kids/teenagers series on YouTube. He played like 2 entire seasons or something like that, and people stayed for several hours watching. That's beautiful. I love that. Oh, I adore that. Oh my gosh. You know what just came into my mind? This is completely unrelated to sleeping, by the way. We were just talking about, like, a TV show, and my brain made the jump to my most recent obsession. You are all legally required to go watch Oshinoko. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. I mean, I'm just letting you know. You know, I'm just trying to keep you all up to date. You are legally mandated to go watch this show. I'm not gonna tell you anything about it. It's it is best that you watch it completely blind. But it is an anime that is now contending for like my most favorite anime of all time. All I've heard is that it's mid. No, that's wrong. That's incorrect. Very mid, most likely. They're messing with me. That's gotta be what's happening. How could anybody say that it's mid? Oh my god. You could say it bores you to sleep times yawn. Oh my gosh, no. Oh no, not only are they saying that the show is bad, they're also being clever about it. So damn EP. Listen, you all had your time to vote. We're going kinetics warfare doctrine. We're gonna shoot lead at them in space. It's gonna be great. No, it's incredible. I'd say just watch the first episode. It is like an hour and 22 minutes long. It's maybe one of the best things that you will ever see. Stick with it. Go in blind. It's amazing. And it keeps being amazing after like the first episode too. Just absolutely wild and incredible show. What's the show called? What's it on? It is Oshinoko. That's Oshinoko. It is on High Dive. That's right. Yolashio has graciously spelled it out for us. Thank you very much. It is incredible. It is absolutely worth your time. Again, go in as blind as you can. That's how I encountered it. Kit introduced it to me. Didn't tell me a single thing. Didn't even let me read the description of the show. I'd even skip that. Don't even read the description for the show. Just go in. It's that good. It's that worth your time. It is... It's art. Oshinoko. More like go sleep now. Okay, that's a good one. That's a really good one. You got me there. You got me there. We're at least gonna set this turn up. I don't know. I don't know what I should do. Part of me says I should go lay down. Part of me says I deserve a nap. Part of me says that if I stay awake, I'm gonna sleep at a better time and have better odds of maintaining my sleep schedule. That's me. I'm that part of you. That's right. You're the little devil on my shoulder telling me. Telling me to go to sleep. 3 more hours to sleeping stream. Will do. You can't see it, but I'm saluting. Will do. 3 more hours coming right up. Oh my goodness. What are you doing, Young Ching? Unifying, I think. There you go.
Heading to the
You
capital.
see,
Reporting in.
Terra Invicta maybe is one of the few games that we play right now that I could do tired. Because we just turn the speed down real slow so my brain has time to buffer / catch up with what's happening / rant and ramble. And then we just kind of pick over our little turn-by-turn actions. In terms of actually getting things done in Terra Invicta, we aren't. But at least it looks like I am, and so the Twitch police won't kill me. You know, for not labeling this just chatting. Catch up? Yeah, catch up. Just like that. You got it, Yolashio. Good job. Proud of you. Oh, also, you sent a little YouTube video. I'm gonna go back and find that in a second. But first... let's go defend this interest.
Making things safe for our people.
Ready.
Do we want to screw humanity first over even more? The answer may surprise you. But first let's do the security apparatus.
Applying pressure on their people.
We'll just go in order. And that looks like a turn. Before I confirm assignments, oh, thank you, Yolashio. That's very kind of you to put it there for me. Here, let's go grab that. So you say this is me? Oh. I see. I understand. Oh, do you want to see this? Yolashio? Look what we can do now. Ta-da! I'm presuming it worked. I actually have no feedback that tells me that this works until the stream on my phone catches up, but I'm gonna presume that this has worked as intended. That's right. That's right. The age... What the hell? No more slob stream. Screen, sorry. Oh, you hate it. No, it's the end of the professional, totally professional desktop transition. And now an actual desktop transition. Aren't you... Are you not proud of me? The end of an era. Oh. That's me. She's learning heartbroken. Oh no. How... Very proud, but also rip the funnies. Yeah, may they rest in peace. It's okay. I'll find more things to be bad at. Don't you worry. And then I forgot another button, which should have just taken you back to the game, I presume. I don't really know if it did. I'm hoping so. I'm gonna have to presume it did. Common cause? Well, that's okay. That's a good one. Alrighty. They work as intended. Good. Good. We had conducted a test earlier, which was successful. But also, I am an anxious individual. And I am constantly fearing that these things will fail. How did you figure it out? Over the weekend, I just kind of took some time to pick up my list here. Well, I just picked it up physically, but I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know, wave it around, I guess, so it makes noise so you all know that I did. This, the list. I picked it up and I was like, alright, it's time. No longer shall I be mocked for failing to catch up on my various stream-related duties, such as adding funny bot commands and also the stream stuff. It's time to go to sleep. Oh no. But for real, like, Dictator, every time you say that, it's like tempting. Yes, we got the BTTV set up with the extension, so now I see the funny little emotes. I got all these commands, I got the hotkeys. That's all they were. Like, literally, it was so easy for me to bind the things for so that we could do the desktop transition. And, like, you just bind hotkeys to each scene individually. And it was a time. It was great. It was so easy. But also, I just had to sit down and take the time to do it. I think I'm caught up now. I'm looking over the list right now. Let's see. Oh, we also changed up the rules. We updated those with the advice that we'd gotten, even though we had gotten that advice many weeks ago. We finally got around to doing that. Yeah, I think I caught up. I think it's all taken care of. Yeah, I'm just looking over to confirm that I'm not lying to y'all. See, this is to do, but this is for emotes. Because those are coming up too. I mean, I don't know when, but eventually. Right? We'll have, like, our emotes. Like yours, mine, our emotes. That'll be a thing. Not that I can take action on that at the moment, but we got the list here. I think it's a great list. 10 out of 10. Great ideas from everybody. I think Zach honestly put together most of this. Did a great job. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's okay, you take your time. It'll be a while before we have to do anything with the artists, but I'll be looking forward to it. Our emotes, that's right. Let's see, we've got the Gangplank crew here. Back when Pharaoh was still alive. That's awesome. I've got a recipe for a mixed drink. What was this? You see, none of these notes are labeled. That's the problem. They're usually just like... I rely on the context of the, like, memories that they bring out for me to figure out what they are. I should honestly, like, at some point I should, like, take a picture. Maybe when I retire this. Here's an idea for a bit. This is a terrible bit. Why would I do this to myself? Eventually, this piece of paper will be filled up. Right? Eventually this will be filled up, and we'll do a reveal. That's right, a list reveal. And I'll, like, put it in the Discord or something. I'll maybe show it on stream when we officially move over to the next list. And you can all see the derangement that is present on this piece of paper. Some of it's not even stream notes. I've literally got, like, Star Rail puzzles here. Too, when I was figuring some of them out. But it's mostly stream stuff. We got lots of games, too. Let's see. Death Trash, that's one I've got to check out. Why do I have Wednesday written on here? Wednesday. What could I mean by this? I'm racking my brain. Most of these notes I look at, and I have some vague idea, at least, on what they're about. Like, I don't remember what all of them are, necessarily. But why have I written Wednesday on here? To remember how to spell it, it's a very difficult word. Oh, is that how you think of me then? I see. Well, that's fair. I haven't always demonstrated.
Securing our interests.
Oh my goodness. Paula, you scared me, but thank you. I know I haven't always demonstrated the greatest intelligence on this stream, but I promise I do know how to spell Wednesday. We think of people with poor amounts of sleep as spelling challenged. That's fair. I suppose you're not wrong. Imagine your IQ if you took a nap. Here's one quick trick to raise your IQ. Take a nap. Let's see, I've got... What other things don't make sense on here? I have an eternal reminder here that we didn't get mech plasma in Long War. I should be ashamed of that. You can spell all the Wednesdays. That's right, I could. Oh, that's such a good idea. Saying this is someone that had to learn English from scratch and still relies on the phone thingy to know how to write words. Yeah, to be fair, it's a bit of a mess of a language. Like, just, I mean, different words come from different other languages and don't all follow the same rules, and oh gosh, it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a fun mess, but it's a mess. I mean, just earlier I was trying to figure out how to pronounce, I never did figure out how to pronounce it. Nobody ever told me either, which makes me think that you're all cowards who also didn't want to be wrong. But I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna say it wrong again. A satirist? Satirist? Dictator. I'll let you handle that one, Yulashio. I'll let you handle that one. That's your fight, not mine. I don't know, is it satirist? Is it... I guess it's satirical, right? Because you would say satirical, not satirical. So you would presume that it would be a satirist. Right? Oh, yeah, I am familiar with that dictator. Mm-hmm. I have seen that translated before. It is, to be honest, you have a point. That is a damning blow to the French language. However, hear me out. I, as an English speaker, have absolutely no room to talk about other people's languages. I think it's satire? Yeah, like satire? Satirical? But, oh, gosh, that's the thing. This is the problem with English. Right? It's satire, right? Like tie. Or tire, I guess, you know, like the wheel. But then it's satire, like tear. Satirical. So is it satirist? Like tire? Or is it satirist? Or, like, well, tear, you know? I don't know. I have no clue. One moment, I sneeze. I'm alive. It's okay. I made it. I didn't really sneeze, but, you know, it was almost fatal. But I'm okay. It's satirist? Satirist. Thank you, Coffee, for settling the matter. Satirist. But that's not either of them. I mean, you're right. That sounds right. But that's not tear. And that's not tire either. Here, 1 second. Alright, I think I'm better. Probably. No guarantees. Those sinuses were acting up. I had to blow my nose, and I figured you all didn't want to listen to that. I don't know. Maybe that's a weird personal opinion of mine, but I don't particularly enjoy listening to people blow their noses. I do. Thanks, Yulashio. Thank you. You know, I should have known. I should have known better. Oh, that's not it. A softer eye. A satirist? Well, that's definitely not any of them, then. I mean, that's right. You know. It's correct, but it's like, it's not. I'm getting too hung up. I'm getting too hung up on this word. It's not even a bit. It's not even a bit. I'm legitimately hung up on this word. Oh gosh. Maybe my mind will be more at peace now that I know the truth about satirist. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe it'll let me sleep at night. Being bad at English is good for audience engagement, though. You are right. It is actually a more... Maybe this says more about me than anything. Maybe this says more about me than anything. That it is a regularly reoccurring bit on this stream that I just don't know how to pronounce words. Yes, big yawn. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm tired. But we've made it. Oh my gosh, we've made it. It's been like an hour of me being like tired and yawning. That means I'm winning. If I've survived this long, I don't know what I'm winning, to be clear. But I am convinced that I am winning it. Bert? What about Bert? Isn't Bert like a character in something? Like a Simpsons character? Oh, an emote you just added. Oh, it's not on my phone. I need to put the extension on my phone is what I just learned. Hold on. I'm gonna... Bert! Oh! That's delightful! It's a spinning rat! It's just like me, for real, for real. Phone is kind of tricky. I think you need a separate app, chat app to see it. Oh, yeah, that is fucked up. That's unfortunate. Oh my gosh, a spinning rat. We're doing well for ourselves now. If we got Bert here, I mean, what could go wrong, honestly? I don't think anything. Oh my gosh. I just found a reminder in the notes. Oh. You remember Tuva? Tuva Martinson? The best XCOM soldier? I don't know why I'm reminiscing about XCOM. It was so sad. I can't believe it. I still remember. I remember exactly how Tuva died. I remember the tile. I think that counts as trauma. I was so attached to that soldier for no reason. Oh my goodness. Also completely unrelated, but thoughts on dark fantasy stuff? I think dark fantasy's cool. You know, I like a bit of grit in my fantasy worlds. I like a lot of grit sometimes when managed responsibly. I think that there's some, I mean, this is true of anything. Like, there is some dark fantasy out there that just is dark and gritty for the sake of being dark and gritty and doesn't actually do anything meaningful with it. But then there's stuff that actually uses it to be, like, interesting or hard-hitting. Yeah, like Berserk. Now, mind you, my interaction with Berserk is purely restricted to the animated stuff. But, like, Berserk's, I think, a good example of dark fantasy. And also dark fantasy that's... maybe this is a controversial take. Maybe this is wrong, because again, my interaction is pretty much purely with the animated, like, movies of Berserk. But it's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it did a whole lot with its grit besides be gritty. You know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering too, or maybe like the version of it I was exposed to was subpar. You don't get it, Scarlet. The horse bit was essential to the plot. No, that's the thing, is that there's so much in it that's just, like, gratuitous. That's the word I'm looking for. There's a lot of dark fantasy out there that is gratuitous, and I don't vibe with it. I'm not gonna say that it's necessarily wrong. Clearly, there's an audience for stuff like that, right? Like, Berserk has a cult following, or like, you know, and I kind of get it. I mean, I play Ultra Kill, that's gratuitous, right? Right? I like a good bit of just extreme nonsense now and again, but the stuff that has chosen to be gratuitous about is extremely off-putting to me, right? I don't love the vibe. You know? Does that make sense? And does that make sense specifically about me talking about Berserk, too? Because it's been a while since I've interacted with it. That was one of those things where, like, you know, I saw people, like, rant and rave about how good it was, and then I went and I watched the available content, knowing that it was incomplete and people had complaints about it as an adaptation. But I still, you know, I went into it and I gave it a shot, and I watched it all the way through, and I walked away with it from it like, what the hell did I just watch? What was that? It makes sense? Good, good. I'm glad I'm not completely off base with it. And don't get me wrong, it adds some cool stuff in it, right? You know? I can get the appeal of big guy swings big sword around and chops some people in half. Okay? Like, that was fun. Not the other stuff. The other stuff was a lot for me. Watching Berserk rather than reading the manga is like staying up while tired when you could be having sweet dreams. Is that so? You know, I never thought about it that way, but now that you mention it, Dictator, I love this bit. This is such a good bit. I wasn't expecting this bit to be a thing, but I'm here for it. Full respect to it. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. I'm trying to think of another example of dark fantasy that I liked. Okay. Alright. Now, The Witcher, The Witcher's one I could talk about, actually. It's not the one that I was thinking of that made me make very concerned noises like I was about to say something extremely controversial. We'll wrap back around to that, and you can all hate my opinion, and it's totally okay. But The Witcher's an interesting one, yes. Just asking because I've been obsessed with the lore of a little indie game now recently resurfaced and it's getting some attention now. Oh, what is it? And what's it like? Please tell, Yulashio. While I ramble briefly about my problems with The Witcher, and also my praises for The Witcher, I've got mixed feelings about The Witcher. Especially because The Witcher refers to like 3 completely different products. And I think they all demonstrate the strengths and weaknesses of The Witcher as a whole. Oh gosh, this could be quite the rant. Am I emotionally prepared for this? What am I talking about? I'm here to rant. That's what I do. The Witcher, I think, has a very interesting premise and core. Just as a setting and narrative experience, right? In that sense, it offers a very interesting and compelling kind of dark fantasy setting and narrative, right? Because it is, you know, fantastical, but in a way that feels more grounded, right? Yes, it's got monsters and dragons and witches and wizards and, you know, all that stuff. But at the same time, it's got down-to-earth, normal people just coping with it all. Which is, I think, very compelling in and of itself. Oh, it's called Fear and Hunger. Ooh. I'm gonna make a note about it. Fear and Hunger. I feel like I've heard of it before. I feel like I've seen something about that. Like, not, like, watched it, but, like, seen the name come up and been like, huh, wonder what that is, and then not interacted further, you know? I'll have to look into it. I've written it right below Wednesday. I know what Wednesday is. I remember what the Wednesday note is. It's when, we were figuring out when we wanted to play Underrail. Ah, I remember. Because originally Underrail was supposed to only be a Thursday game. And then we decided to also add it to Wednesday. Of course. Mystery solved. It's a horror dungeon crawler RPG pixel art game. That's a lot of words. Those are some fancy words you got there. But that sounds fun. It's super punishing and challenging, so I'm in no rush to play it. But the lore setting and aesthetics are really cool. Oh. I see. Nifty. Nifty neato. Detective Scarlet, that's right. I say, I push up my glasses. I figured it out. The mystery of Wednesday. Oh. If anybody's actually here for Terra Invicta, I apologize, but the rambling will continue. Honestly, at this point, I only have the brain power to ramble. A Terra Invicta turn may actually just, like, melt my brain at this juncture. But yes, coffee. Wrapping around, back around to the Witcher series, I think, to sum up what I just said, that it having a fantasy setting and very, very heavy fantasy elements alongside an otherwise pretty normal, if fictional, kind of middle, what would you call it? Early Middle Ages world? Right? Early Middle Ages Europe, basically, but fictional, is, I think, interesting, right? Yes, you know, like, that's typical fantasy stuff, is Middle Ages Europe, but a lot of Witcher, the good parts of Witcher, late Middle Ages? Ah, my mistake. My mistake. Thank you for correcting me. I am clearly not a Middle Ages historian. Late Middle Ages. But, while that's pretty typical, I think. Invalid rant. Early Middle Ages is the Viking era. Oh, I see, I see. I see, I understand. Oh, there's also a second Fear and Hunger that has a completely different setting, but it's also super cool. Oh, yeah, I'll have to watch some videos on it. That sounds like good, like, video essay content. To just watch hours of videos about a game I don't even play. That sounds entertaining, honestly. But, anyhow, Witcher, the good parts of Witcher lean into that, right? I think the most compelling parts of Witcher, any of it, the show, the game, the books, lean into the idea that this is a world where battlefields are patrolled by ghouls who eat corpses, and dragons, you know, the last dragons hide in the mountains. This is a world where a secret society of wizards and witches pulls the strings of the various nations, and, you know, magic is not only real, but wild and dangerous. And all the while, there's still some person out plowing the fields. And they're the people who have to deal with this. Right? When, you know, some incident happens out in the world, you know, and monsters are moving around, it's the local, you know, village that has to bear the consequences. I think that's interesting. When it gets into all of the intrigue and the prophecies and the chosen one nonsense and all of that, it's much more hit or miss, depending on which Witcher we're talking about. I think that that is where the games, especially The Witcher 3, falls short the most. I think that the story, I'm putting my foot down. I think that the story of The Witcher 3 video game is extremely boring. I think that it's slow, plodding, ultimately meaningless, and uninteresting. Obviously telegraphed just from its, I mean, from not even, you could not play any of it and know exactly how it ends. It's that, it is so run-of-the-mill that, as Dictator would say, it could put you to sleep. I'm getting the feeling that maybe this is not as controversial a viewpoint as I may have been led to believe. I don't like it. I tried to, too. It's not like I started out as a hater for it, either. I tried so hard to love the Witcher video games. I put so many hours into The Witcher 3, trying to get into the story, and it just failed to grab me. Now, that is not to say that the entire game is bad. I think it's got some interesting elements in it that are enjoyable. Again, when it leans into the idea of this fantastical world alongside the mundane world and the clashes and conflicts between the two, that's compelling. That's interesting. The investigations, the contracts, that's what I'm there for. I don't care. I do not care about Emperor What's-His-Name and his maneuvering to take over the continent. Who cares? Whatever. I don't care about, what's it called? The White Flame or whatever? And their mage prison or whatever it is? Yeah, sure. Ooh. Every fantasy setting's got one. What makes it dark fantasy is how bad the conditions in the prison are. Like, yeah, the fantasy racism, it's like, you know, they don't handle it very well in the game, frankly. I don't think they do. They try, to their credit. I don't think they handle it super well. Maybe not abysmally the whole time, but to be fair, I could never finish the damn game. Because, again, bored me to tears. But those contracts, those investigations, those were more interesting. If you had trimmed down The Witcher 3 to just that, if you had made it into just an open world Witcher RPG, like, I mean, it is an open world Witcher RPG, like, but not with, like, the overarching story. You're not Geralt of Rivia, you're just some Witcher, with no greater context or purpose other than hunting and killing monsters, and then sprinkled about all these contracts and, you know, smaller schemes that you could fall into. That would be vastly more interesting than what they wrote. Right? So that, I think the game demonstrates one of the main weaknesses. And one of the main strengths at the same time. She really said your story means nothing, you serve no purpose. I mean, I did, and I stand by it. I can't name anything interesting that happened in the course of that game. I think the only thing that I remember, and it's not even a story element, it's an Easter egg more than anything, is when what's her name? Siri, right? Is talking about, like, where she had been with the, like, portal stuff, and talks about seeing other worlds, and me being like, oh yeah, there's some, like, you know, interesting allusions to a wider multiverse thing going on. That's it. That's the only thing I remember. And none of that has any bearing on the plot. Just this one-off reference. That's it. That's what I remember. Yes, the side quests were really fun. Exactly, Coffee. The side quests were good. The main story, I couldn't tell you a single thing about. Sad man finds daughter. I don't know. That's all I got from it. But the side quests were good, and oftentimes posed interesting questions too. Like, clearly they had capable writers on the team that worked on the game, right? Clearly there were capable writers there. The source material just didn't give them much to work with, I think, when it came to the main story. Which, again, I think demonstrates the strength and the weakness of the Witcher series. I think that we will return to looking at all of the Witcher, content, the other forms that it takes, because it's not just video games, is that it's got a very interesting setting, but the main story is pretty basic. It's got a fascinating setting that you could do a ton of fun things with. Interesting, compelling things. And it just is kind of not the focus of the plot. Yeah, quests like that, Coffee. Exactly. Or, what's the one with, was it a tree spirit, maybe? And it's I don't know, I remember something about if you return it, even though it was, unjustly removed from the area by a village, if you return it, it's just gonna kill, the whole village. All of these civilians. Something like that. I don't know, that's simplifying, a lot. But, that's the kind of interesting stuff that you could do, instead of whatever it ends up doing. Another Royals plot, basically. A wider problem with fantasy as a genre is oftentimes coming back to, yes, the Chosen One, the power that runs through thy veins, because your great-grandfather happened to be, this king or whatever, right? And that makes you important and vital to the plot and what's going on and gives you special magic powers. It's I don't know. I'm not a monarchist. I don't know. It's a little less interesting to me. The books are worse. Here's me putting my other foot down. The books are much worse. There's a lot in those. I'm gonna use the phrase that there's a lot of things in it that don't age well, even though, frankly, they shouldn't have been present at any time, really. Lots of weird stuff, too. Again, gratuitous, kind of in the same vein as Berserk. Just, ugh. And still suffers from the same fundamental plot issues, that while the setting is interesting, the plot just fundamentally doesn't go anywhere. It's just an endless series of twists and turns and backstabs and maneuvers that fundamentally mean nothing. Right? It's that, I've realized it. I've got it. Can I formulate this thought into something coherent and not completely nonsensical? Let's find out. I think there is value to having twists in a story, right? And I don't think that value is the surprise. Right? I think that there should always be a greater narrative statement when you throw in some kind of twist. Right? There should be something that you're trying to say. Right? You thought that things work this way, but actually. Right? I'm having a hard time thinking of a specific example, so tell me if this makes any kind of sense. But, say you're telling a story where you've got a group that has been for a while on very much the stereotypical hero's journey. You've got this tight-knit group of friends united on a path of justice and heroism. And oftentimes in these plots, there's like this twist betrayal, right? Actually that one member of the party has turned to evil for some reason. A bad version of that twist is that it's just that. Oh, they were evil. Actually, we couldn't trust them. They were going against us the whole time, or they were corrupted somehow, right? And the twist only serves to reinforce the ongoing, statement, basically, that you've always known has been the premise of the story. I think a good version of that twist is one where it kind of pulls the rug out from under the reader a little bit and says, yeah, you thought that this was what we were saying, but actually we're adding a little bit more nuance to it. Right? Yeah, trust and rely upon your friends, but, maybe you'll be a little bit critical about who your friends are, kind of deal. Maybe in that specific scenario. Does that make any kind of sense? Am I rambling too much? Has my rant gone completely off the rails? Because it very well may have. Oh, yeah. The classical scholar rages at the thought. Well, we can adapt the classics. we can make our changes. But yeah, makes sense? Good. I know I didn't articulate that very well. But the thing is, The Witcher just has plot twists constantly. The main driving force of The Witcher's plot is a constant slew of plot twists, right? And I think what the writer thought that he was doing was that it was a deep plot of intrigue and mystery, and you never really know who you can trust or what's going on. But all it ends up being is that you're just constantly waiting for the next betrayal, the next backstab, right? As it turns out, another wizard's a bad guy that does evil experiments. Gosh, I couldn't have seen that one coming. There's no depth to that. It's not... Maybe it's gritty in the can't trust anyone sense, but it doesn't mean anything. It never leans into it. It never does anything with it. You know, especially in the book. You know, Geralt as a character who has had to live through all of this is never explored. There's no... a real human, you know, a person in that situation would have substantial trauma from all of that. No, he's just the man. And it just takes it on his chest and keeps going. The game's depiction of him as being more human, and then we'll get to the show. Right? We'll get to the show. The show, I think, actually may be the strongest entry into the Witcher series of them all, because it addresses this. Geralt's character just exists for young men to project themselves on and be tough. And have these really, you know, tough, uncompromising outlooks on the world. A world of betrayal and grit and blood. And it's so bad. It's gross. It's gross at worst. Cringe at best. He's just like me, for real. Exactly, that's the thing that it wants you to be able to say is, oh wow, look at this tough, misunderstood guy. You know, he's just doing you know, just doing his job, just doing what he needs to do. You can't trust anyone, but you can trust a nap to have your back. Yeah, I could really trust my mattress to have my back right about now. You're right. It's tempting. I'm looking over. But I'm being sustained by the rant, my growing rage at The Witcher. Yeah, I mean, 90s Scooby-Doo ass writing is exactly right, Elasio. It's just like, it's always the twist villain. Every time. And also everybody else. Because everybody else will also eventually be the twist villain. They take turns. There's no depth to their character. They just keep coming back and being villains. It's so weird. It's so strange. But there is one piece of Witcher media that I actually really enjoy. And that's the show. It is not very often that I say that about a show that adapts prior writing. You know, I think that's a very rare thing. But I think that the show addresses the core problems with The Witcher. Its relentless edginess, misogyny, and lackluster storytelling, to provide something that's actually watchable. I forgot the show even existed. Honestly, I won't say that the show's a masterpiece. It's got its problems. It's got its problems. I don't think that it handles the fantasy racism perfectly. It's better than any of the other Witcher content. I don't think it does amazing, but it does better than the other Witcher stuff, so I guess that's something. The show is much more respectful of women. That's a huge plus. None of the other Witcher content is. And it's actually got a plot that you can be invested in, and characters that you can get invested in. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I think it's good, and I think it's enjoyable. And I think that if you know nothing about The Witcher, nothing at all, you can pick up the show and get into it without prior knowledge, which is very good because I can't recommend anything else from The Witcher to people. I hope you can all, although I know you can't, I hope that people can go into the show with no prior knowledge of what The Witcher is, because if you have prior knowledge, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to go through that. But like, you know, it still suffers from some of the fantasy problems of like, you know, the chosen one being basically chosen by their blood and stuff, and other, you know, it doesn't necessarily get rid of all of that, but it works with it. It molds it into a direction that is much more interesting. Ciri's character especially, without spoiling much, very minor I guess, takes a believable and interesting direction. It's good. It's well portrayed. You know, if that's going to be the situation, I think it portrays a very interesting character. Geralt, especially, is a human being with emotions for the first time. Wild concept, I know. Absolutely crazy. But he actually feels things. And that's addressed multiple times. That he has feelings and has trauma. Like, has actual trauma. And I love that. I love that for him. I love that he's traumatized. You know, he's an actual, like, person in the show And that's not something you get from any of the other media. Right? Out of context Scarlet quotes. Again, being thankful that Grimm is not here to clip all of that. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. It does well for itself. I think that team, I think that those writers are really good and they deserve a lot of credit. I think they deserve a lot of credit for being able to adapt The Witcher into something that is still dark and still gritty, but is actually compelling. I am interested. I am wanting to see more of it. I'm looking forward to the next season. That's not something I say a lot about a lot of television shows, and it is surprising to me that I can say it about The Witcher. Basically, in summary. I mean, it's hard for characterization to stay consistent in an open world RPG since the player can wildly vary in their choices between side quests and how those quests are completed. Absolutely. 100% dictator. And I think that brings up a very interesting subject with it. Also, yawn check. I read that and it almost made me yawn. No, don't do it. Who's gonna tell her that the next season of The Witcher doesn't have Henry Cavill as Geralt? I know. And honestly, putting both my feet down firmly for this, good. I know that Henry Cavill is like beloved right now as a celebrity actor, and you know, I'm not picking a fight with him. But I don't like the things that he said. I don't like the way that he's acted around the production of The Witcher. I think that it was disrespectful. As somebody who worked in stage management for a few years, I mean, not like paid, like college level stuff, but like, you know, still, I did it for a pretty long time. If we had members of our cast that acted like that, who went after the writers, the director, like that, even indirectly, I wouldn't want to work with them again. Now, you know, again, he hasn't exactly, to my knowledge, I don't keep up with celebrity drama, really. I believe that his only, like, publicly made critiques were that, he disagreed with, them, the way they were adapting the source material, and that, you know, they were changing things to be not like how they were in the books, but given, I mean, y'all heard what I've just, you know, my opinion on the books. They were misogynistic, gratuitous, and not in a good way, you know, deeply problematic in a lot of ways. You know, the ways that they depicted masculinity and all of that. I think that if you're going to responsibly adapt that into something good, you need to make major changes. The idea that he's like a fanboy for that sets off like alarm bells in my head. I don't know. I don't want to say that, you know, he's bad or anything. I'm not picking a fight with Henry Cavill. But I get a weird, bad vibe from him. And I don't like the way that he talked about the production and the writers. I don't like his behavior. It was very unprofessional. But that's not a hill I'm willing to die on. You're all allowed to disagree with me on that. I know that's a very strong opinion for as little evidence as I have. I respect that. This is why Disco Elysium is great. The game straight up calls you a fascist, misogynist, and cringe if you follow certain routes. Exactly. We love Disco Elysium. But actually that brings us around to the idea that I had, because Dictator brought up a very good point about the difficulty of writing for an RPG. Gosh. I love RPGs. I adore them. I play them to death. RPGs and games with RPG elements are always my favorite to play. I'm a huge, huge fan of them. I mean, we play Underrail obsessively on this channel. We should all be aware how much I love my RPGs. I run RPGs, you know, tabletop RPGs. Have, you know, spent years of my life doing that. I have a great love for it. I love writing for my groups. I love storytelling for them. And though I'm by no means necessarily, you know, the person that can make definitive statements about it, I think that I've got enough experience with it to say that RPGs do pose a very special challenge for writing. This is why Fallout New Vegas' writing is a masterpiece in game writing. Everything interconnects and nothing feels too stretched. Exactly. RPGs pose both a special challenge and a special opportunity to the writer. Like, what is the number one complaint about RPGs? That's the starting point. That's what I want to say. What is the number one complaint about RPGs? Any RPG, tabletop, I don't know, video games, turn-based, real-time, text-based, the little ones that you got the VHS tapes for and you put them in your TV and you played along with the video, right? What is the number one complaint about any of these? Railroading. That's a term that comes up a lot, in a lot of different forms, right? But railroading. When people play RPGs, they hate to feel like they're on rails, right? Which, if we think about it, is kind of weird, isn't it? Kind of odd. Because with any other kind of written content, any kind of story, that's the expectation. That you are there for the writer's story. And you're just along for the ride, really. You pick up a book, you don't expect branching narrative paths. Yoshio, yeah, tell us about how much you love being railed, Scarlet. Listen. It may be true, but that's a subject for another time. The Discord streams. It's an odd feature of the RPG, though. What is this stream rated again? We're supposed to be 16 and up, but I'm just talking about railroading and RPGs, I promise. That's it. So again, there's in most writing, you know, you read a book, you watch a TV show, you play you know, most video games, right? You're happy being just along for the ride. That's fine. That's the expectation. It's definitely ratted. That's true. This stream is. Steam Engine's taking the train to Sleepy Town. You're not allowed to have this much power. Why are you able to do that? Why does my brain do that? I read you saying yawn, and I yawn, and I can't help it. Pavlov's rat. Honestly, me for real. Oh gosh, I don't get it. It's yawn number 2. Oh gosh. But in RPGs, there is this universal expectation to not see the rails. You go to a show in a theater, right? And it is okay, often even tasteful, to see a little bit how these scenes are being set up and presented. It's okay to have crew, usually in, you know, fancy little costumes and stuff, as if they're part of the scene and the cast, run out with cardboard and, you know, basically backdrops and such, right? To set up scenes, right? To put out, you know, boxes for actors to climb up onto so the spotlight can hit them just right when they go to say their big lines in the middle of a song or whatever, right? It's okay to see the moving pieces. I have an explanation, but it's not age 16 rated. I'm genuinely so curious as to what this explanation could be. I'm so curious. You know what? I just won't read it out loud. But you have my permission to say it. I am so curious. I am like invested. If if you're comfortable saying it. but my immersion. That's what they cry though. When it comes to the RPG, all of that, seeing the moving pieces, railroading, understanding, how this is being done, how the story and the setting is being created and you're being moved through it. Never. Unthinkable. And that's unique. I can't think of a single other, I guess, genre, media form that has that. Well, well, listen, I am. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. I'm gonna tell you that I think you might be 100% correct. More correct than I thought you could possibly be. Both of you. Both of you are. Oh my gosh. I was curious. I asked and I found out. Read like a book. Oh my gosh. Am I really that easy? I must be. Oh my gosh, I must be. No, you you can't make Oh. I am. I swear, you you totally didn't just make my stupid heart flutter right there. Oh my god. Why am I so weak? Absurd. World's weakest streamer. Oh my gosh. What was I even talking about? Oh gosh. RPGs? Being railroaded? I think that's what I was talking about. Surely this is just a moment of weakness because she's EP. Definitely. That's totally what's going on here. Thank you. To my rescue. To my rescue, Violaccio. Thank you. I appreciate it. Surely this isn't just her normally. No. No, definitely not. Yeah, just sleepy good girl things. That's right. I'm blushing. God, my face hurts. My face hurts because of all of you. Is this what you wanted? Is this what your intent was the whole time? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Gosh, my weakness, my fundamental inability to resist aside. The need. Clearly I do, Dictator. Clearly I underestimate you. Oh my goodness. My brain is gone. Fuck. I need to remember. This is like the I know what you're talking about, Eulatio. I'm aware. And it's true. It's just ridiculous that it's so effective. This is this is not me at my best. This is not. This is me at my weakest. My defenses slowly eroded, corroded, and broken down. That's okay though. That's all right. There you go. VOD watchers have no clue. Maybe I... God, how do I explain this to the VOD watchers? Oh my gosh, how do I explain this? Actually, there's something we could test. Hold on. Tell me if this works. I don't think it will. But I found another hotkey. A hotkey that probably just didn't do anything right now. But if now the chat is appearing on screen, then some small miracle has occurred. I don't think it will. Ah. Yeah, I don't see it. A shame, a shame. I still have not diagnosed why the chat box won't work. I have mostly given up on it, but I did try. It was a hotkey that let me hide and reveal the chat, so I thought maybe that would help. Clearly not. Today the streamer learned something about herself and chat took advantage of it. Yeah, that's a good summary of what happened here today. That is a good summary. Not that I mind. Not that I'm minding. Not that I have chosen to complain. So, RPGs. I still wanna... Just you wait until I get to your DMs. Just, you know, tug at my collar a little bit. Is it hot in here? You know, I gotta... I'm wrapped up in this blanket. I shouldn't be. It's, you know, it's getting warm. Spring's here. I think I'm funny. Where's Shork? Shork is over there. Shork's taking a nap right now. I don't have the energy to go get Shork. That's okay. Cassandra is in the room. Cassandra's providing emotional support from a distance. Much needed in these trying times. Did I ever show us Shork pics? I haven't. I will have to. I will have to. Actually, I think that there's one of when I got Cassandra. It does have me in it, but also, like, my picture's been on stream before, so I don't really care. There is a picture of when I got Cassandra. I think I'll share that later in the Discord. That's, Yep. That, very great point, Dictator. 100%. Totally correct. A wonderful, I will never be able to explain this to the VOD watchers. You all understand that, right? I think they're gonna have a very good clue about what's going on, actually. I just don't know how to break it to them. To my mind, the VOD watchers are like innocent little children. I don't know how to explain this to them. I'm really unsure. A scarlet for scale, that's right. A scarlet for scale. You'll also, you'll get to see, me being tall. That'll be fun. Yeah, I'll go ahead and send that later. I'm not sure if I'll take a nap first or not. We'll find out what order these events take place in, but I'll do that. I'll have to find that picture. I look dorky in it. To be clear, it's not a good picture of me. It's not a good picture of me, but it is a picture. My ex took it, and she said it was dorky, but she said that like she thought it was cute, so I feel comfortable sharing it. I don't think it's a picture that'll make me look like an idiot, you know? What did she mean by, laughs? I don't know. VOD watchers, you don't know what all of that means, and that's okay. You'll get it when you're older. Um... Oh, thank you. I hope so. Because that is a common state for me. Being, as you say, adorkable. I love that phrase. That's a good one. I'm stealing that. That's a great description. I want to return, if I can, to the RPG issue. It's okay. I know that I'll be distracted more, inevitably. And that's fine. But I'm gonna try. My one brain cell is currently trying to tell me to talk about the RPG thing. Can I? I'm gonna try. Watch this. You can hear it working. You can't see it, but you can. There's smoke pouring out of my ears. It's doing its best. When you write an RPG, you need to hide very thoroughly the moving parts of the story. Right? You need to ensure that the player feels immersed, whatever that means. Immersion's kind of a weird concept. I'm not going to dive too terribly deep into it. Yeah, the brain cell is buffering. It's doing its very best, I promise. However, that does not mean that those moving parts don't still exist. They just need to be more cleverly disguised than usual. Not only do they need to be cleverly integrated into the structure of the RPG, of the story, of the narrative. One second, why is it whistling? Okay, I'll tolerate it. Ridiculous. Whistling in my lo-fi. Can't believe that. I was upset for a moment. Those elements are still there. What people would refer to as the rails are still there. When you play even the most open-ended RPG, there's still going to be set paths. You may be able to take different events in different orders, but the quests are still written. Those words aren't changing on the fly. Even over the tabletop, where you can have outright improv happening. A well-written session, well-written content for a tabletop RPG session, while it can be open-ended, you know, still ultimately has a point, right? That it is trying to draw the players towards. Whether that is an event, character, situation. The ways you get there may change, but there is still what some people would say are rails, right? Certified autism moment, that really was with the whistling. It really, really was. My immersion when I clip through the map, peep the horror aware. Yeah, it's... These elements will never disappear, but you can hide them cleverly and closely integrate them so that the player can feel immersed. So they don't think about the fact that they're just being made to shuffle around because the quest wants them to. You want them to feel like it makes sense for them to do. Right? You want them to feel that these actions are natural, or even where it may not be what they instinctively do. When another character explains it, that they nod along and say, ah, yeah, we should go X thing that you had totally planned from the beginning, but I think that it's a natural evolution of my circumstances because human brains are fucking weird like that. Right? I'm beating this boss out of my free will. Exactly. Exactly. I am beating this pre-planned encounter that I was inevitably going to reach because of my actions, of my free will. Now, of course, it goes deeper than that. You know, depending on the RPG, there may be room for adding in these little tricks to really make it feel like there's more going on here, right? That your situation is the natural evolution of your actions. But even then, isn't that a little strange? Right? Because in real life, sometimes things just happen. And they aren't really related to your actions at all, in the slightest. And you just have to react to them. And yet you introduce stuff like that into an RPG and it feels odd. They cry railroading. So when you get something like The Witcher game, RPG, you know, it does present a very interesting issue from a writing perspective. You know, not talking gameplay or anything. Where you essentially have a plot, the main story, that will move forward, inevitably. But in order to help immerse the player and make them feel like they are progressing the main story of their own free will, to make the world feel lived in, believable, you put things over the next hill. Right? You say, yeah, Geralt, wink, you can go over that hill. That's allowed. Who knows what's out there? Even though the most sensible thing for you to do on your quest to find your missing daughter would be to beeline to the next location along the main road here. You know, the relatively safe main road that will get you to your destination in the fastest way possible. But in order to immerse the player, we add the side bit. Yeah, you could go over the hill instead for no reason. And there's a whole side quest over there, actually. You can go to this abandoned town, you know, for no reason, and fight the ghost. It doesn't progress the main story in any way. It's not necessarily a natural evolution of your actions. Just go there, explore, and we'll reward you for it, which creates an interesting incentive structure to do things that aren't necessarily in character, that aren't necessarily things that you would actually do if you were in these situations. But somehow that ends up making us feel more immersed. I don't know. It's weird. Human brains are just a little bit odd. And that brings me to, I think, one of the most interesting story-driven RPGs of our time. That's right. What could it be? This sounds like you need to be immersed in your sheets to take a nap. Soon. It's somehow 7 p.m. now. I looked at the clock 2 minutes ago, and it was 6 p.m. How was an hour passed? Literally, what have I done for the past hour? It's disappeared. I have not taken a turn in Terra Invicta. I can tell you that much. I know we're on 2 speed, and it's very slow. And that's the point. Like, this is basically turned into just chatting. With Terra Invicta gameplay happening in the background. It's like one of those videos with like the subway surfers like in the corner. Except it's Terra Invicta. Oh, I'm sorry, Eulachio. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry that your internet decided to go out. How rude. Only here in spirit for now. Absurd. Ridiculous. Homophobic, even. That your internet would do that. But please keep ranting, because I'm gonna check the VOD and would like to hear more Scarlet thoughts. Aww. Thank you. I hope, well, speaking... Well, I suppose present Eulachio might still be present. But speaking to VOD Eulachio... Hello. I hope that you're well, and that the internet is working better. And, oh, also I'm just connected to the chat in case you're trying to reply to me. Amazing. Amazing. So present Eulachio can't hear me. Future Eulachio. That's right. It's me, Scarlet. From the past. And I have a message for you. I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna be yet. It's gonna be whatever the end of this rant is. That's right, the rant. I'm probably gonna finish this rant and then probably go sleep, honestly. But I need to talk. I need, for the sake of my brain, to talk about this. I need to talk about the greatest linear RPG writing that I have encountered in a long, long time. And I was genuinely surprised by where it came from. So, usually, calling something a linear RPG, to most people that's an insult. It's basically a less derogatory way of saying that something's just railroading, you know, for most people. You know, an RPG that doesn't have real choices, you know, it's on, you know, it is on rails, right? The next thing will happen in the plot, and it just goes forward, right? It's a linear RPG without meaningful choices. But, for once, I think that I've encountered one that's actually good, and actually really well written. And that game is Honkai Star Rail. And I think, oh, I'll be back in a minute. Is shit working now? Oh, well, Eulachio may be back then. I guess VOD Eulachio may not exist anymore. I'm sorry. I've got to go back to the past in order to make sure that VOD Eulachio is born, I think, is what I'm learning now. That's okay. So Star Rail, I think, captures what are some of the interesting opportunities built into an RPG, in writing terms. Oh, hello, Coffee. So what did I miss? You missed... Oh my gosh. It's hard to describe. I think the main two things were I've been trying and failing to rant about RPG writing for maybe an hour. Maybe an hour. I don't know if it's actually been that long. And as Dictator says, our lovely chatters have discovered a weakness of mine. And, they have exploited it to the fullest. Much to my eternal embarrassment. That's more or less what you've missed. You know, nothing too terribly interesting, I'm sure. Oh gosh. So, my brain is shutting down to a point where I'm struggling. Struggling to even formulate thoughts, let alone continue the rant, but I must endeavor on. I must fight for this. Oh, thank you for leaping to my defense valiantly, Coffee. Thank you. Discovering new things about yourself is always interesting. Yeah, that's a word for it. That is a word for it, for sure. Oh, hello, Present Eulogio. Hello. I'm glad you're back. What happened? What are we discovering? We were just recapping the discoveries that occurred previously. Our prior scientific endeavors. Chat bullies, Scarlet. Yeah, bullies. Yeah, like that one picture. We know the one I'm talking about. The one, the female bullying, that one. We know that picture. We have to. That's mandatory. Oh my gosh. I'm genuinely so tired. I need to finish the rant so that I can sleep. I just like spun my head back over to the screen from looking at chat. Like, you know when you're like really tired, how there's kind of this delay? You know? Your brain's got that little bit of lag. That just happened. The oh no, you totally owned me one? No, it's the one where... What is it? It's like... What? 4? 5 girls? Like... Most of them are bullying the one. But like... it's just not what it looks like, you know? Gosh, if we don't know what it is, I'll have to find it later and throw it in the Discord. Or maybe I'll just look it up now. Actually, I have the power. Why do I feel like I am bound to Terra Invicta? It's right here, the internet, and all of its majesty and horror. Nap first, rant later? No. No nap. Only rant. Alright. Here it is. I've got it. Hold on. Alright, I found it. I found it in the form of a tweet, but that's okay, because this will serve. We're gonna use the button. It's this button, right? There we go. It's this picture. Alright, we're all aware? We've all gotten a good look? Okay. We're taking it away now. I don't remember why I was bringing up that picture at this point. But I'm sure it was important. It's about where my brain is in terms of exhaustion. I hope that's it. I hope that's entertaining. Actually, you really don't want a nap if you want a normal sleep schedule. I mean, that's true. I should stay up a bit longer. I should, because if I nap, then I'm gonna wake up at like 3 in the morning. Because the chat is bullying you. Oh, that's right. Bullying. Quote unquote. VOD watchers, I wonder why she brought that up. No clue, not a clue. It's only 7 for you, wait until 9, then go to bed, no nap. You know, that's very reasonable. This is very true. I should take this advice. I should resist. I've got a dictator's the little devil on my shoulder. You know, you're the little angel, and they're yelling about whether I should take a nap. Don't you have any coffee around? I do. Or I could go get a soda. I don't have any with me right now, is the thing. I mean, I'm around. Oh, that's true. Oh, I'll keep you up, don't worry. Oh gosh. Is that so? Oh, let's see what this other image you have is. We've given up on Terra Invicta. If you're still here for Terra Invicta, I'm sorry I'm disappointing you. Thank you, Yolashio. This one's going into my collection for, There we go. Coffee is literally keeping you awake. That's true. And soon coffee will be assisted by soda. I should go grab some. But that means that I need to tear myself away. But imagine if the devil on your shoulder is hot and wants you to go to bed to sleep. Oh. This is a good point. This is a good point. I would be tempted. If a hot devil told me to go to bed and sleep, I don't think I'd say no. However, thankfully, for the sake of my sleep schedule, this is a theoretical exercise, and believe it or not, there is not currently a sexy devil sitting on my shoulder. However much that would be improving my day right now. You know, coffee, you've got a point, You've made 2 very good points in very quick succession. What about a hot angel telling you to stay awake? Then I think I'd just be happy, you know? You know, one on each shoulder, I think I'd just be happy. I think life would be good at that point. I don't think I'd have any worries. I don't think I'd be capable of making a decision, mind you. Right? Like, my brain would be thoroughly melted. But, you know, I think that'd be okay. But the devil lets you misbehave and be bad. But what if I want to be good? Just like we can't do another turn in Terra Invicta right now. That's true. You know, though, if we keep going for another couple hours while we wait for me to eventually fall asleep, we may get one more turn of Terra Invicta in. Believe it or not, it's possible. Imagine coming to this channel for gameplay. What a buffoon you would have to be. Imagine imagine being like a VOD watcher right now. You have come here for like Terra Invicta. You don't know who this Scarlet bitch is. You're like, I want to watch Terra Invicta. And you get to this point. You are the only Terra Invicta streamer right now? Really? I've got the market cornered? This is the only Terra Invicta gameplay on Twitch right now. Actually, never mind. I can do whatever I want. I have a monopoly. You know, it's good being on top. What can I say? Me after randomly clicking on a cool looking XCOM stream one day. Me now teasing opportunities abound. Real, yeah. Oh, another one, another meme from Eulatio. Here for it. Every meme we get from Eulatio is another excuse to delay Terra Invicta further. Oh. Oh. Just like me, for real, for real. Just like me. I was just looking through the trans tab on Twitch. Oh, no, you're right, Dictator. You're right. You're right. True. While you two are the devil and the angel, I'm a third, more sinister thing, the voice of autism. Oh gosh, it's true though. It's true. The voice of my autism made manifest. I don't know why it's French, but you know, it happens. One sec, I'm gonna drink some water real quick. There we go. We gotta keep the streamer watered, otherwise she'll shrivel up and die. That would be terrible. Yeah, that is truly Lovecraftian, isn't it? It is, it is. Oh. Gosh, now I'm... So, there's another trans streamer that I watch sometimes. She streams before I do, schedule-wise most of the time, so I don't get to tune in for very long. Well, I say this, like, this is my special streamer. Like, Eulatio, I think you're the one that took us to, the lovely Mizo Akane, right? I think that was you. It seems like a you thing to do. I think I've come to a better understanding. A better understanding of Mizu during the stream. And why her streams are the way that they are. I brought her to you? That's right, you did, didn't you? It's coming back to me. I miss watching her streams, though. It's been so long. I'm always so busy. Yeah. Yeah. You know, at least now that I'm maybe gonna be up a bit earlier, maybe I'll have more time to watch Mizu's streams. unfortunately, this does not help you much. I'm very sorry to say. um, I hope that you're less busy in the future, though. I hope that things calm down with whatever you've been up to. But yeah, Mizu streams are definitely something. Gosh, they are. I think the first one I ever actually tuned into, because there was one when we raided Mizu, and at least while I was there, it was pretty tame. I didn't really completely comprehend the nature of the beast, right? I merely, I merely glanced at. It was only later. It was only later, when I came to understand what Mizu is up to over there. And only now that I've really understand the appeal of it. And that's interesting to me. I'm not sure what that means. Hello, Zach. I think that we mostly moved on from that subject. Mostly. We've stumbled into other equally interesting territory, I feel. But I hope that you're doing well. Welcome back. We're still surviving. Oh, yeah, just wait till we're there at the same time. That'll be something. You know what I should do? You know what I should do? I'm gonna run really quick. If I run into something, I'm gonna I'm even gonna leave the mic on. Right? I'm gonna go run. I'm gonna grab a soda. Because if we are gonna survive the next hour and a half before I'm allowed to sleep, I require caffeine. So you all stay here. I would say behave yourselves, but clearly only one of you, stand corrected, one of you is capable of behaving yourselves. And I think we all know which one it is. So I'll be right back. You stay right there. Don't go anywhere. It's a travesty. You don't understand. ugh, terrible even. I've never witnessed something so horrible in my whole life. I can't believe it even. I'm terribly sorry. Is she meaning me because I was talking about sex earlier this stream? I was meaning you, but now that you mention it, maybe I could only mention you because of my increasingly short memory. The closer and closer we get to full-blown exhaustion. It was terrible. I'm sorry, I don't have a soda can to open for you all. I can't. Because the boy had guests over yesterday, last night, and they drank it all. They drank every single can. And some of them didn't even finish them all. Nor did they throw away the cans. Absolutely ridiculous. I know, not the boy wife. Some boy wife he is. Can't even clean up after his own guests. Of course it falls to me to take care of it. Ugh. I'm overplaying this. I'm not that upset. Maybe a little. Sorry, I forgot to mute before I slurped my coffee. That was disgusting and terrible of me. Very unladylike. I can't believe he'd do this. It's fine. There was still coffee. He at least made coffee this morning, and there was some left over, so I just warmed it up. So, at least I'm not without caffeine. Wow, such a misogynist. I know, right? What a guy. What a guy, derogatory. Couldn't hear the slurp, so you're good? Awesome. Good, good, good. Oh, that's right. Gosh, you said something. I just tab over and I tab over to the last one that we looked at. And it's just on my screen again. Lovely. More for the collection. Another one, please. Another great one. High quality production here. Facts. I can assure you. I've never been anything but pure and wholesome. As the record will show, Your Honor. As the record shall demonstrate. My client has never been anything but pure and wholesome. Just don't look at this particular stream from today. Just don't do that. Wow, you and I have very different experiences as a woman. No, I think, this is something. I think that's my the way that a lot of my friends in real life perceive me. Which is a bit strange. Bit of a ramble here. And then again, why am I disclaiming that? That's all I do here, is ramble infinitely. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you're all here for my endless rambling, but, you know, so it goes. Funnier because... Wait, what did I ignore? Oh. I see. I understand. I won't comment further. um, a lot of my friends, especially I think because a good chunk of them knew me. Well, then again, I don't even know that. I'm not sure what it is. Because definitely me pre-transition was not like this, right? You know? The me being silly and expressive and, you know, vaguely in touch with her sexuality and all of that. Nah. I was a stick in the mud. You know, I was irrepressibly shy, timid, anxious. And while I am still, I mean, shy and anxious, oftentimes, you know, now I think I've kind of realized that that's not defining of me, right? See, something very interesting happens to a shy person when they're in the right body. Not only have most of my friends see my chest upon asking, I've also gone on a lot of walks with them. Uh-huh. And you know what estrogen does to a mother? Yep. I mean, that's the thing. Now that I'm in now that I've sculpted my body into a form that I actually like to live in. Now that I can actually enjoy. Something's wrong. I thought so. I pulled out my headphone cable, that's why there was no more music. My bad. I was like, it's way too quiet right now. Now that I'm in, yeah, hacker, biohacker. Now that I'm like much more in touch with myself, more comfortable in my own body, more comfortable socially, right? I would frankly be really happy with my experience being more like what Coffee just described, right? Those aren't... I mean, we can probably all tell. I don't have a whole lot of, maybe this sounds strange, but I don't have very stringent boundaries around that kind of thing. Especially if they just got an estrogen shot, emotional turmoil. Yeah, it do happen sometimes. It do. Like, I think that would be something that I would now enjoy quite a bit. But I think that for some reason, a lot of the people who know me in real life still think of me as that super shy, timid kid. And don't have any idea. They still... It's almost like... How do I describe this? See how I did that? Was have a friend group of almost entirely queer people, and then that just happens naturally? Yeah, me too, pretty much. Right? I don't know. Maybe I just need to make weirder friends. You know? Maybe that's what needs to happen. Are you telling us that you just show your goods to everyone upon request? Where are you going with this, Scarlet? I mean, not to everyone upon request. I don't. I haven't. I'm just saying that... What am I saying? What am I doing here? You know? um, what am I trying to say? I don't know. What I'm trying to say is not necessarily that. Perhaps I'm over-focusing on that as an example. It's just I feel like a lot of the people I know in real life still treat me as if I'm shy, even though I am not. You know? Exactly, Coffee. Why is Scarlet? How is Minnie Mouse? Minnie Mouse is doing well. She's great. She's happy. She's cooking. She doesn't know what she's cooking. She didn't look at the recipe. She's just throwing things in the pot and seeing how it turns out. It's this Midwestern thing. It's called a crock pot. You know, you slow cook it, right? She's apparently very confused. Yeah, constantly. Like, full disclaimer. Right now, we are operating on an increasing level exhaustion, which is only just beginning to be restrained by caffeine. Speaking of which... There. Hopefully that'll help a little bit. See, the reason I'm so good at voicing your words, Scarlet, is that we're basically the same person. Yeah, that's pretty much the vibe I get too, Coffee. I do certainly get the feeling that we are extremely similar. And that's nice. It's nice to have somebody that can do the translating. Especially when you're like me, and just sometimes your words fail you. Like, you got all these thoughts that you want to say, and then you open your mouth and they just don't form, right? Oh, more Eulatio content. My favorite. This is what I'm here for. The translating. That's right, the translating. Oh my. Hello, ma'am. Gosh, this is so much text. Alright, we're going over. We're looking at this. You both really had the same idea, huh? Which of you was it that made fun of California earlier? Was that you, Eulatio? No, I think it was Zach. It said ew, California. It must have been Zach. I was about to get after you for trying to pursue such litigation after making fun of California, the only state in which you could. Isn't it kind of weird for boys to message each other? Why aren't you in a group chat? Isn't it a little too intimate? Just the two of you talking privately? It's not a secret, is it? What do you need to tell each other that the rest of us can't see? I don't know, man. A little sus. Beautiful. High quality. Oh, you've got another one? Amazing. Please, keep them coming. Much better than Terra Invicta. Another one. Cali, yeah. The only American states I know are Texas, Florida, and Oregon. Do you know about Oregon because of the Oregon Trail? Because if so, that's very funny. And this is quite the gaslighting meme. How dare boys / men be good friends? Listen, you can be good friends. It's just, I mean, you know, what could be going on privately? I'm kidding, I'm joking. I like this one. I thought you said we were going to see Arctic monkeys. This sucks. Those are not monkeys, that's just some shitty band. It's too loud and it smells in here. I wanna go. Take me to the zoo now. It's perfect. These are just so good. Oh, you know, because of Gravity Falls and you have a friend there. Ah, I see. That's fair, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. There was a thought that I had. You should also know about California. You can add that one to the list. I'm not going to tell you anything about California, but you should know that it's a state. You don't even know about Washington? You silly, that's a dead president. Of course. Gosh, Coffee, don't you know? That's just a dead president. Oh, goodness. I don't think I ever finished the rant. I don't know what happened to distract me from the rant. I don't even know where I was. I was trying to talk about Star Rail as a good example of linear RPG writing. I think is what I was trying to do. Which sounds demented. It does. It does sound insane. Do I want to die on this hill today? Is this the hill that I will die on today? Maybe. Thinking about it. Considering. The only good thing I can think of about Cali is the Consumer Privacy Act. Yeah, it is pretty good. This all happened because you said rail and I made a silly, funny joke. Oh my goodness. It did. We've gone, you know, for talking about rails and railing, we really have gone way off the rails here. I feel that coffee so much. Oh my gosh. It just gets you sometimes, doesn't it? It just creeps up on you. Or occasionally, the neurodivergence just sneaks up on you and just whacks you over the back of the head. Just out of nowhere. I feel that a lot. Now we're here exploring Scarlett's weaknesses. Exploring. That's a word choice, certainly. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh gosh. What am I gonna do with this VOD? I don't know. It's fine. The VOD watchers will understand. They'll forgive me. I say, blissfully unaware. Oh, another one? Oh, it's a YouTube this time. I have just tried to alt-tab over, and there are like... I haven't closed any of the tabs. For the record, that we have opened of Eulashio's memes. And it's just... I don't know. Frankly, you all need to see this. It's incriminating. It's terrible. We're all gonna look at this together, okay? Because I just think it's hilarious. Is I do this. And I hope you can all see what I'm seeing right now. Oh, God. Yeah, I see it. It did show up. Just more anime girls. More anime girls for the alt tab. Am I being ignored because of Callie remarks? No. You aren't being ignored. I didn't think that did I miss something? I would never ignore you for making fun of California. I support that. I may like California, but I still make fun of it. No, I don't, Eulashio. Zach is a favored chatter and friend of the channel. I don't know, sounds sarcastic. It's terrible because I know that you're just after me right now. I know that I'm being toyed with. I know that I'm being teased, but I can't help. I can't help it. Yes, a beloved member of chat, just like everybody else here right now. Absolutely. 100%. I was supposed to be bringing up a YouTube video. I completely blanked on this fact. I am just... Oh, and the eye rolling. Oh. They hate me. That's what's happening here. They hate me. They're after me. They actually, and they detest me. They have lured me to this place to make a mockery of me. And I've fallen victim to it, and it's my fault. I can't believe it. Really, I can only blame myself. I should have known. I should have known that it would have gone this way. Dramatic sigh inserted here. It's not a random YouTube video, Eulashio. You literally are the one who put it in chat. It's literally not random. We're gonna watch it right now, and you're gonna like it too. I don't know what this is. Unmute the tab. Bring us over here. It's so nice being able to just press a button and do this. I'm so glad that I set this up for today. Alright, what is this gonna do? How bad is this gonna be? It only says skill issue.
I don't struggle with same-sex attraction. I'm actually very good at it.
True. Yes, goodbye, Zach. You have, I hope that work goes well. And I feel bad and conflicted. I hope that you have a delightful time. It has been lovely having you. I have been played like a fiddle today. Completely. I didn't ignore Zach, right? I didn't. I was well behaved, right? Definitely. Right? Yeah? Okay. We've discovered a new weakness of mine. I'm really good at getting gaslit. Shockingly good. Proficient, even. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, my brain's rotted. It's gone. Actually completely annihilated. Oh, I did? Did I? I could have sworn that I read everything. I could have sworn I did. I could have sworn. I must be tired. I must be sleeping. That must be what has happened. Because I just scrolled up and I looked at the messages. I am 99% sure that I spoke on it. But that's okay. It'll be fine. Don't get in your own head about it, Scarlet. It's fine. You're just losing it a little bit because you're tired. You're tired and you've decided to spend the time here. Which is totally fine and okay. You know, we're just hanging out after all. Having a delightful time. Oh, goodness. Oh, I didn't get to the rant, did I? I don't know, it feels so distant now is the thing. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Hilatio. Yeah, I didn't get to it. I failed. I failed in my task pretty much entirely. I'm gonna try again, if that's okay. I'm probably gonna get distracted again, inevitably. But that's fine. I've got time to burn. I'm apparently not supposed to sleep for a while, so that I don't ruin my sleep schedule or something. I think that's a very good thing for me to avoid doing. I'd like to have a decent sleep schedule. So, here we go. So, I guess we were talking about, like, RPG railroading, and I had mentioned a linear RPG. Usually when you call something a linear RPG, this is not said nicely, right? Because again, people don't like to be railroaded. They just don't. And if a story is linear, without any kind of choices to be made, nothing influential, to the mind of many, it kind of defeats the point of an RPG. You know, it's stuff like, like when people got really upset about the Mass Effect ending thing, right? Where it was like the ending, the only difference. Not only could you just choose the ending at the very end, but also the only real difference was just a different colored explosion. Which was bad. Which was bad and deserved to be criticized. But stuff like that, right? People hate it. Not a big fan. Trying to resist the urge to make the exact same joke again. However, I have been very pleasantly surprised by the writing of, believe it or not, Star Rail. Right? Because Star Rail doesn't have meaningful choices, despite being an RPG. I think people need to remember that if they want ultimate freedom, just play a tabletop RPG. That's very true too. It is hard to achieve true freedom in an RPG anywhere besides the tabletop, and even then there are heavy restrictions, practically speaking. Star Rail is interesting because it knows what it is. Right? The writing of Star Rail understands that it is a linear story, built as a gacha game that is played daily. Right? It's got the, I think they call them, like, chore mechanics, so that, you know, people log in daily for a few minutes in order to do, like, their daily stuff, like, part of their daily routine. It's got stuff like that, which is a whole other subject, right? But the way that it handles it and actually uses that as part of its writing is, I think, very interesting. Because despite being totally linear, right? I mean, it's got some side quests scattered around, right? But besides being totally linear, with no major choices to be made, the dialogue options that you choose, you know, just get a response, a verbal response in that moment from other characters and have no other lasting impact. It is immersive. And that was a very strange experience for me at first. It was not what I expected. Oh, because you need something that can think on its feet and computers aren't there yet? Exactly. Exactly with the TRPG, the tabletop RPGs. What they have done with the writing of Star Rail that is so fascinating is that they have leveraged all of the strengths of their medium specifically around immersing the player despite not giving them real choice. For example, one of the things that delights me is how occasionally the other characters in the game, right? You know, again, the little gotchalings that you roll for, right? Or pull for, I think is the term. You know, the little characters that you want to get and gamble for. When you've met them, occasionally they'll text you. And not even, like, text you like, oh, I've got a side quest for you. Just, like, text you and have little interactions with you. Right? Written more akin, rather than most RPG writing, when writing dialogue and character interactions, where those interactions tend to need a purpose in order to move forward a plot or a quest line or something like that. This just exists purely as, at a glance, fluff. There's no quest. Yeah, who said that? Who said that, Yolashio? Who said that? I'll need to speak with them about that. Because I'm not sure how they found that out. It's an ad. It's an ad. Kill it. Kill it. Okay. There we go. Taken care of. We don't need a Kroger ad. Absurd. Ridiculous. My favorite thing for my D&D game is something similar. My players will be sent random letters by their friends for no reason. Yes, exactly. And that's something, I mean, that I'd never really encountered before. I'm not gonna go so far as to say that it's unique, but the way that it has been applied is so well considered. Right? So well done in Star Rail. Because, I mean, it helps you, despite not having agency, it still helps you feel like you're a part of that world. It's easy to slip into and out of each day for a few minutes. It's convincing. And that's not what I expected. It is not the kind of writing that you anticipate from a video game. Let alone a gacha game, right? Like, the writing team knows what they're doing. And on top of that, that extends to the story, like the main quest too, right? Because oftentimes, with the main story of an RPG, of a linear RPG, you know, you'll kind of occasionally say to yourself, but actually I'd rather go do something else. If I were there, and I had agency, I'd switch sides, or I'd say this different, or, you know, I'd have this different approach to the issue, right? Because those stories are just written as RPG stories, not with the linearity necessarily being taken into account. They aren't always very good at convincing you, the player, that yes, this is the reasonable course of action that we should take. Or giving the player the appropriate available responses, attitude-wise, in order to feel like they've had input on a plan or a course of action. If I were there, I would have clapped all those guys by myself. Actually that. Because, in a lot of these games, I'm struggling to think of an example right now. In a lot of games with linear stories, it has situations where your character is just powerful and could have clapped all those guys by themselves, right? Could have done it if the story hadn't said, oh no, they are too powerful. We should fall back and abandon whatever MacGuffin, character, location, whatever, right? It's the Call of Duty scenario, right? Not that I'd necessarily call a Call of Duty story campaign an RPG necessarily, but it's got the linear story, right? Where you have gameplay where you mow through dozens upon dozens of enemies, and then those very same enemies, one will come around a corner and punch you out and put you into a cutscene where you're captured or something, right? Yeah, or they're on our side, but our side is objectively wrong. Exactly. The linear story, in an RPG especially, is deeply reliant on two things to be enjoyable. One, avoiding, as Yoshi says, that ludonarrative dissonance, right? The split between gameplay and story. And two, actually being convincing to the player that you're doing the right thing in the right way. The way that the player wants to. Exact same thing happens in Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed is probably the much better example because Assassin's Creed dresses up as an RPG. It is one, right? Assassin's Creed is an RPG, it's a role-playing game, and yet it often fails that. It has the linear story. Actually, it's a perfect example. It has the linear story, but often fails in both of those notes regularly. both with the dissonance between the power of your character in gameplay versus their abilities in the story, in the narrative, and in whether or not you feel like actually you are doing the things that you would want to do in the way that you would want to do them. All that while claiming to oftentimes have open cities, open worlds, that kind of deal. It's strange, right? And yet, I think that Star Rail addresses that well. Yes, again, Star Rail. Because when it tells its main story, it provides the player not with choices that it pretends matters, right? But rather with dialogue to demonstrate your reaction and understanding of different scenarios. When it is asking you to make a choice, usually in the context of a side quest, it is very clear that you are being asked to make a decision about how the narrative goes. And that's limited in scope. It's rare. But by providing options that are more about the tone of the main character, it helps you immerse yourself more. And the story itself is structured in such a way that even though it has its twists and turns, the options that are made available to you, the direction that the group chooses to go, makes sense. Right? Never have I really found myself saying, while playing Star Rail, oh gosh, why are we doing this? This is dumb. Why don't we just do X? Never. Perhaps because it's not too complicated. Right? But also, that's by design. I think that's smart. There's this one moment in one of the Assassin's Creed games where you beat up like 10 guys in hand-to-hand combat, but after that there's a cinematic where someone just hits you once, your character falls unconscious. Exactly. See, I think Jedi Fallen Order does this kind of thing right. They want the main character to be captured, so they debuff the main character by taking away his healing and then having him fight a very hard boss, so it makes sense that he loses. That's a good way to handle it too, right? The boss fight that you're meant to lose. Again, there are people who will complain about that and treat it like railroading. But again, I think that as a way of making it feel natural for the story to progress in that way, it's a very smart thing to do. I think it's exactly what should be done. To say that it's perfect in Star Rail? Not always. But I think it does a surprisingly good job for what it is. I'm sorry that this has turned into me reviewing Star Rail, my most recent obsession. I will stop. I will contain myself. It's okay. I just like it. I think it's cool. I spend too much time with it. I need a little more coffee. One moment. Gosh, I was just thinking. Oh, a stretch. That's a great idea. Gosh. Felt like my chest popped doing that. I really needed that. Thank you. Guess a big stretch. There was something I was gonna say. Oh, yeah. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this VOD. I mean, I know that the VODs exist primarily for archival purposes, rather than entertainment in and of themselves. So I guess it's fine if I throw it into the Terra Invicta playlist. There's even some Terra Invicta gameplay at the very beginning. Just a little bit, as a treat. I'll probably just have to put like a disclaimer in the description. It's just like, yeah, there's not actually very much Terra Invicta that happens here. This is a just chatting stream disguised as Terra Invicta. Twitch actually permanently archives your VODs if you privatize them? If you privatize them? Really? What does that mean? I feel like I should know what that means. But I don't. Because I'm kind of a little dumb. You can set your VODs to privatize on Twitch? Huh. To like be private, so like nobody can see them but me, or privatize in terms of like, well, I guess that would be the meaning. Huh. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. You learn something new every day. Sometimes you learn more than one thing. This is one of those days. Oh, only you can see them in your editor mods? Ah, I see. I didn't realize that that made them, archived permanently. That's interesting. I suppose that also doesn't help with, doesn't help with the whole having publicly accessible VODs issue. So we should keep doing what we're doing, but that's good to know. Huh. What if I sped up the Terra Invicta? What if I made things happen faster? What if we actually played a little bit of this game? I thought about it for more than a few moments, and I've decided that that's actually a bad idea. I've decided that actually, I'm not going to. Pretty sure you can upload and download them at any time after you privatize them? Ah, I see. So hypothetically, you could just store them for an extended period, then upload them in the future. That's interesting. Huh. Well, an extra rest in peace to the Ixion campaign, in that case. An oof. Oh gosh, I should have saved those. I don't know. I should have saved those. That would have had, like, strong sentimental value. Oh well, at least we started early with the archiving. At least we still have some of our earlier streams. Because Ixion was fun. The Ixion streams were... I mean, I made them, so I guess maybe it's disingenuous of me to say that they were good, but I liked them. I had a great time. Back when you were downloading and uploading them like that, oh my gosh, yeah, that was terrible. That was so bad. And then when I started to actually upload, export the VODs properly, I sent so many of them at once, some of them never actually processed up to the proper quality. They're permanently at the lowest quality available. It was a great bit. What a time. A time of many errors. Oh, but another thing I like to do when my players are saying, alluding, a band is giving them little trinkets, like a letter to an estranged family or a toy from their childhood. Oh, I see. I see. I occasionally like to... I think this is a different thing. Occasionally, I like to include personal effects of the people that the parties do away with in the loot. But maybe that's just the sadist inside of me. um, maybe that's just me. Like, gosh, I'm trying to think. I mean, yeah, just like letters to family. Or like, I've never done toys before. That's a good one to add to the repertoire. I'm sure that would be appropriately destructive to the psychology of my players. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll have to steal it. Oh yeah, I want players to feel bad about killing this random bandit. Oh, so it is the same thing. Good, good. I understand. Once again, we are on the same page. Oh, here you can check stuff? Oh, cool, cool. Oh, it's just under video producer? Oh, awesome. I'll take a look at that later then. Thank you, Elashio. Thank you, thank you. Oh, goodness. Same person in very similar fonts. Gosh, it's true. It becomes more and more apparent. Sorry, I can't speak. By the moment, honestly. And I love that. Love that for us. It's great. I'm a fan. Goodbye, International Space Station. Where are you going? We're gonna follow it on its journey. This is where my brain is. This is about the level of content that I'm capable of producing at this point. But you know, I think that I'm getting to the point where I may be allowed to go to bed. What do y'all think? Am I allowed to sleep yet? I'm close. I'm close to the time that was stated. It's nearly 9 p.m. And sometimes almost is good enough. Hold on a minute. What's with this orbit? Whoa. 9 or bust? Okay, well, in the interest of 9 or bust, I'm needing to wrap my head around this orbit because Is this really how its orbit works? The International Space Station? Because watch this, okay? Look at this. She's losing it. I'm not just losing it, I have lost it. Like, look at the way that this goes. Up, and it's kind of coming back down. It's more like a big squiggly line than an orbit. Unless my brain is just fundamentally failing to grasp how this sphere works. Because you'd expect it to just keep coming down like this consistently. Okay? It should keep going. Alright? You see now it's starting to come up just a little bit. And it never quite comes all the way down to here. It never really reaches the pole. And it starts to come up. And this is clearly why I'm not qualified to be a rocket scientist, because I don't understand it. I don't have the brain cells to understand what I just witnessed. There's no way that I'm qualified to be running the resistance if that is my understanding of an orbit. It's mocking me, the International Space Station. It's passing by, it's laughing at me, pointing and laughing. Absolutely absurd. We'll shoot it down later. Also completely unrelated, but if you watched Over the Garden Wall... I haven't. What is that? That sounds familiar, Over the Garden Wall. Yeah, what is that? Maybe you rotating the ball is making it look like it's changing directions? Maybe. What if we zoomed out? I failed. Okay, there we go. Now I'm watching it. And this looks very different from what I was witnessing before. It's a Cartoon Network mini-series. It's really good. Oh. I'll have to look into that. Always looking for more fun stuff to watch. Over the Garden Wall. I'll make a note. You see, now it's working as intended. I guess... Wait a minute. That's a different space station. This is the International Space Station, up here. Let's go see what it does. I think if I position, like, right here, we'll kind of get a look for it. Now you don't want too much debris in space, or you'll get Kepler syndrome. I'm not gonna get Kepler syndrome. You're overreacting. It's just one space station. You see, it should come down. Is it gonna start coming back up? What's it doing? See, it definitely just came down like this and is now going this way. That's weird. That is hurting my brain. Why is it doing that? It's better to watch Over the Garden Wall during spooky season for those immersion points, but it's good any time of the year. Oh, I see. It's spooky. So it's for October. Well. Oh my gosh. October's not even that far away, honestly, at this point. It's only a few months. Over the Garden Wall. Well, if I'm intending to watch it in October, this note will probably be retired by then. But that's okay. It'll be written down. Maybe future me will find it. Scarlett, how do you feel about candy corn? Oh my gosh. Candy corn. I have not thought about candy corn in so long. Okay. I'm not like a sugar person. I'm not really in to like candy. But growing up, candy corn was about one of the only candies that I would eat. I don't know. I think I like the texture of it. I just remember really enjoying it. It had a good... I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that about candy corn. I'll be mocked relentlessly. Something about the way that candy corn feels, you know, when you've put it in your mouth, okay? remind you during spooky season, since I have special seasonal traditions. Oh, please do, Yelashio, please do. Since those things aren't celebrated here, I have to do it myself through my own little rituals. Oh, absolutely. Well, I'll be looking forward to it. We're the same person. You two, you have the same opinion. I'll say it has a great mouthfeel. It does. And you're so brave for saying that. Candy corn. I'm gonna be brave now. Candy corn has great mouthfeel, and I appreciate it for that. It has been years since I've had candy corn. It's been too long. Gosh, now I want some. Now that we're talking about it. Out of context Scarlet quotes. Yeah, basically. In summary. Gosh, for some reason people think that candy corn's like gross. I don't get it. It's clearly...
Target's gotta be.
Listen, guy, I know that you're doing an important job, but you can't call me in the middle of a rant like that. Oh gosh. I have one bag in October, and I'm good for the year. I am envious. I am green with envy. Why have I not been doing this? I'm an adult. I can get my own candy corn. It's cheap, too. It's cheap as hell. You can get so much of it for so little money. It's just a bag of colorful sugar. What have I been doing with my life? I am allowed to buy myself candy corn. Finally, the real pros of being an adult getting candy. Exactly. How have I not realized this before? No, you see, the ISS, it goes down like this, right? You would expect, right? They would then come back around and appear over the horizon around here. Now watch, it's not gonna do that. You've been wasting it? I have. I've been wasting my life. That's too real. I can't say that. It's not only is it too real, it's not true. Fundamentally untrue. I cannot make such a strong statement about candy corn. This is everything baby Scarlet ever wanted. That's right. Little Scarlet would have been so happy. Okay, the ISS has just proven me wrong. It did appear from over the horizon there. How strange. I guess I just don't know how spheres work. How unusual. What if we line it up? Well, this isn't even accurate, right? The Earth sits on a tilt. But if we ignore that and we align here, I'm interested. So it's coming down here. You would expect it to show up over here. Right? Yeah. Right around here. We're gonna find out. Now, you have to be careful. You eat too much candy corn and it gets disgusting. That's true. Too much of a good thing. Especially too much sugar. Oh my gosh. I don't have a very good sugar tolerance. I have a suspicion that this is because I don't eat a whole lot of sugar. It's not a major component of my day-to-day diet. Not a big sugar person. Never really have been. But if I eat too much of it, it just outright makes me feel sick. I don't have a lot of tolerance for it. Gosh, I have this distinct memory. Yeah, see, there it is. I guess I was just wrong. I guess I was wrong about the International Space Station. But so it goes. Yeah, tummy horror, nausea, headache, disorientation. Too much sugar messes me up. I have this distinct memory once in high school for Spanish class. I forget what exactly the event was. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was a holiday or something, or if we were just doing something for fun. But
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
that's good. I'm glad to hear about it. Glad to hear about the public sentiment, buddy. Oh, absolutely, coffee. 100% I want to hear it. But I mean, it's not a big story. Basically, there was a lot of like sugar around. It was like you know, in class when it's just like people have made lots of food and stuff. Basically, everybody had made like different desserts. This was not real food. This was like sugar in platters all over. And of course, I wanted to sample the different dishes. I wasn't like intending to like pig out on sugar. I just wanted to sample what people had made, right? I wanted to be not just polite, but also appreciate like the work that they'd put into it. And I was gone. I felt horrendous just sampling everything. It was so bad. Hormones? No, I have hormones. Yeah, I do. I like that one. I like that one, coffee. Especially because it's true. She just wanted a little treat. That's right. Little me just wanted a bit of a treat. And instead, I left that room feeling absolutely disgusting. It was bad. It was a rough time for me. But so it goes, right? Sometimes you just have a rough time. Especially in high school. Oh my goodness. Those were the definitions of the rough times. But we lived. We made it. We survived. Just like I need to survive 20 more minutes before I'm legally allowed to end the stream and go to bed. What a bit this is. What a remarkable thing that I'm doing. Huh. This is entertaining. I don't mean that critically. I mean that more in a curious manner. Right? To just watch me lose my mind to sleep deprivation? Is this what the people like? Is that what we're here for? Is that what we do now? It feels like it is. It feels like everything I just said was true. You know the one way I've learned how to combat dysphoria? Oh, what? This is actually an experiment. You're the little rat in the maze and we're observing you. Well, I hope you get some interesting results. I hope that it's all worth it, Eulashio. Just refer to yourself as if you've always been the right gender. Same. That works. It works really well. It's like when we were just referring to myself in high school. I didn't know, in reality, that I was a her back then. But gosh, am I gonna refer to me as that? And past me would have loved it too, and if not really fully understood why. She was just a bit silly that way, you know? But yes, that's 100% true, Coffee. I don't know that I've ever necessarily put it into words, but it's definitely something that I experience that really helps. What also would really help is if I drink a little bit more coffee. One moment. Ugh, I am being strong. I'm doing my best. I am surviving. I'm making it. I shall survive. We're getting there. We're getting close. Scarlet, after a little sugar treat. Oh, let me pull this up. Let me go grab this. Yep. Yeah, that's me. Fundamentally. That's not even necessarily just me after like a sugar treat. This is me after most treats, honestly. Give me anything. This is about how I end up. You tomorrow? Oh, let's go grab this. There's gonna be... oh gosh. There we go. I eeped all day. What did I miss? I hope not. The whole point of this is to get a better sleep schedule, not a worse one. Oh well, we will see. We will see. We'll figure it out. If this doesn't work, I'm suing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who. I'm not sure which of you I'm suing, but it's gonna be one of you. I love Spoinkle. Please follow them on Twitter for a good timeline. I should. I do like the memes. See, if it's solid sugar, then I will be out after like 2 candies, but liquid sugar, then it's different. It does. It does. Like a can of soda. That's not too bad. If I think about the cans of soda, I'm just gonna make myself irate again. I can't believe they do that to me. I can't believe they'd literally drink all of it. I've done it. I said that I shouldn't, but it was too late. I already did. I already made myself more angry. Why? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I just did. Reminds you of a meme. Hold up. Okay. I feel like, and perhaps this is simply because you're like a meme connoisseur, Yolashio, but I think based on the frequency with which I remind you of memes, that says something about me. Because stupid boy wife kid didn't do his job. That's right. You should have at least gone to the grocery afterwards to pick up soda. Or, you know what? If you knew we were gonna be hosting guests, go to the store and pick up stuff for them. Right? It's just being a good host. Not even like a thing of consideration for your roommate and burning through our household supplies and stuff by having guests over, right? That's not something I should get mad about. But as a host, making sure that you have everything that your guests could possibly need to be comfortable seems important to me. And I think, in this essay, I will demonstrate that Kit was failing in his boy-wife duties by being a subpar host to our collective guests last night. As they just sat around and got high and watched anime. And probably didn't give the slightest thought in the world to what was going on around them. You're very memeable. I'm gonna hope that that's a good thing. Probably. Demoted from boy wife to boy toy. SMH my head. I think his girlfriend would appreciate that. I'll have to relay that. I don't know how I possibly could though. Oh my gosh. How do I do that? I don't. That's the timidity coming out. I don't think there is any way that I can say that without coming across as absolutely insane. And not even in like the haha funny way, just like weird, you know? Because they don't have the context. Frankly, even I barely have the context. Oh, goodness. But so it goes, right? So it goes. See, that's why we need to get Kit on this stream sometime. Properly. Not just yelling in the background. I've been trying to convince Kit to stream more. You know, encouraging. Hey, do you want to watch this stream where people tease me until I can't form sentences? I'm gonna drink some more coffee now. Alright, I'm back. I'm recovered. You mean you don't jokingly hit on your taken friends with the express consent of the partners? Well. Good point. I hadn't thought about it that way. But actually... you've got a good point. Oh, another one, Eulashio? Wonderful, wonderful. Delightful. I can't even begin to understand what any of this discourse means. Scarlet, after saying soda and getting so mad, she started ranting. I see. Oh gosh, I'm like unpacking this. I'm like slowly unpacking this as I look at it. Remarkable. I think I have COVID. I understand now. I get it. I understand what this is attempting to convey. It has done so. Also, I'm pretty sure you have to call it pop to be allowed into Canada. Well, you know, I knew it was a long shot getting that Canadian citizenship, but some hills are worth dying on. I don't know. Soda's just... Am I gonna have a soda versus pop debate right now? Is that what I'm being led into? Is this the setup? Is this the trap? Am I like the little rat scurrying along and somebody has placed some cheese on this lovely little wooden board with these little shiny metal parts on it, and I'm gonna go take a bite, cause gosh, that's just right there for me? Maybe. Considering it. Not sure. Might take the bait. Hey, guess what? 9 minutes until you can sleep? 8 minutes now. We're counting down. We're getting close. I think we've almost made it. Oh, that's delightful. I love that. Love that for me. I love that I may be allowed to sleep by my lovely Twitch community. Wait, oh my goodness. You know what I've just realized that means? I just did, like, the math just flashed into my mind. We'll have been live for 7 hours. And almost all of it will have been just me ranting rather than playing Terra Invicta. What have I been doing? What have I done? What have I been put up to today? That's just me deflecting. I did this. I allowed this to happen. I carry ultimate responsibility. Oh, Scarlet, how long does it usually take you to fall asleep? It can take a while, honestly. I'm not an easy sleeper. That's a weird way to phrase that. I don't fall asleep easily. I've never been diagnosed with insomnia, but I would believe it. I'm really good at staying awake. So... But I don't know. After being awake this long, I'll probably knock out pretty easily. Caffeine notwithstanding. That'll be interesting. The caffeine may actually keep me up a little bit longer, but I'll have to try. Oh, thank you both. Honestly, my favorite stream to watch. I look forward to this stream. That's so sweet, though. Thank you. I'm not gonna cry. I'm okay. Remaining calm. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Honestly, I'm just glad that I can do this. It's an honor and a privilege, honestly. Yeah, I look forward to doing these streams. When... Maybe this sounds a little sad, but honestly, like, because I don't stream on the weekend, you know, because I need a break, even from doing something that I love. But even on the weekends, sometimes I'll be sitting and tempted, like, oh, should I just randomly go live because I've got some free time right now, and I don't know, maybe that'd be fun, maybe that'd be kind of quirky. I know that made you blush a little bit. I mean, it did, and gosh, that did too, but you know that. You knew that already when you typed it, what the effect would be. That's the danger. That's the danger of having you be so similar. Oh, thank you, Yolashio. One of my favorite streamers too. You're very fun to talk to. Oh, you're all so fun to talk to as well. It's delightful. And every time, every time I come here and do this, it just lights up my day so much. I adore it. Before finding your streams, I was craving a brain stimulating a stream since the other streamer I used to watch is on a huge hiatus right now. Oh, I see, I see. What's their name, by the way? Do we know when they'll be back? Because you, I think, have excellent taste in streamers. And I don't just say that because you watch me, I say that because you have brought me to individuals who are now my favorite streamers. So, like, I am intrigued. Yeah, because that would make me blush. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, as soon as you reach affiliate, I'm subbing to you. You're so sweet. Well, thank you. I won't hold you to it. It's by no means mandatory. By no means mandatory. But it's such a sweet thing for you to say. Thank you. Hopefully. Especially, come on, brain. What was the thought you were gonna make? It was a good one. Especially since, like, I think I'm getting a bit better of a handle on things going on, like in my life. Like the sleep schedule, and hopefully being able to, like, turn up on time properly and stuff. Hopefully we'll get there soon. Hopefully. Because it actually helps, I think, to get the progress towards affiliate if I actually show up. Oh, I DM'd her about it. She's been trying to make some self-improvements before coming back. It's like a mental health break. Her user is Castaya Morgana. She's super cool. Love her. Oh, well, I hope that goes well for her. When she's back, I'll have to go over and, like, give a follow or something. Honestly. Well, I'm sure you'll tell. I'm sure you'll tell us, Eulashio, when she's back. She sounds delightful. I hope that the mental health break goes well. I'll send you the link when she's back. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're almost there. It's 2 minutes away. I wasn't counting down the clock, by the way. I'm not. I just glance over occasionally, and I'm like, good. Soon, this madness may end. Soon I may collapse into bed and just fall asleep. She was playing Disco Elysium and Tunic before her break, too? Oh, very fun. So good taste, too. I definitely prefer smaller streams because you can actually talk to them. I have really loved it, too. It's not something that I realized initially either, because when I watched streamers before, it was always like medium-sized, medium to large-sized, like, communities. And it was kind of hard as a new viewer who doesn't necessarily come across as particularly insane as a chatter to really, this is gonna sound weird, but get any kind of interaction with those streamers, which is not like the, be all end all. Like, I still watch them, it's enjoyable, but being a small streamer, and then again, thank you to Eulashio, being now watching other small streamers, it's like, oh, I get it now. We like to talk to people. Oh, of course. Of course, we love talking to people. That's what's going on. Tunic has, like, a coded language, and we were trying to decipher it together since we're both super into linguistics. Oh, that's fun. Scarlet needs the attention. It's the puppy brain. It is. I can't deny it. It's true. I am I am fundamentally praise motivated. 100%. A cap for viewers is usually 10 people. Oh, I see. So very small. But I think that works. I can totally get that. Absolutely, I can understand that. I don't know. I've been... My brain's shutting down. There were like 2 separate thoughts that flickered in my brain there for a moment, and both of them like cancel each other out. They just like died collectively. Like one of the brain cells that had died previously woke up and tried to take charge, and they fought the currently active brain cell, and both died. There's exactly 0 operating brain cells in this head now. Just so you're aware. Yes, as Yalashi
We're winning
says.
their hearts and
Oh my
minds.
god. Don't do that to me again. Remember that this is Terra Invicta that we're playing. Occasionally they give us updates. That spooked me. But yes, as Yalashi says, we absolutely recommend Yuminea's streams. Yuminea is incredible. Just so good. I'm really glad that Yuma streams on like my off days, so I can just tune in and watch her. Like, that's fun. I enjoy it a lot. I wonder. We've made it. Oh my gosh. It passed. That was 2 minutes ago. We made it to 9 p.m. and a little bit past. I wonder. Yuma's probably not live right now. That's a shame. I would just send you over to Yuma if Yuma was live. I don't know. Who else do we have? Speaking of streamers that we recommend, is there anybody cool? There's Momentary Temporary, who I enjoy, but probably isn't the vibe for this crew to send over. And the others are all just big streamers that I follow, that I would be too intimidated to even consider sending people to. Oh, you have someone that just started? Awesome. That'll work. That'll do. I also tend to watch trans streamers because they get me. Absolutely. We love the trans streamers. 100%. There's also another streamer that's friends with Yuma, and they'll be back soon from her hiatus. I can't speak anymore. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. More people to watch, more people to talk to. I'll be looking forward to it. Oh gosh, I made it. I'm not rushing out the door, but I made it. It's time. I can finally put up the ending soon screen. We have collectively salvaged my sleep schedule. Thank you. You all deserve medals for your actions here today. Can't stay to watch, but Nova Liminal, super comfy trans girl programmer, makes games, plays games, all around comfy, silly streamer. Awesome. Would we like to head over there, or should I keep that one in my back pocket right now? If you're gonna be headed out soon, Yolasho, because I feel a little bad if we're all just gonna disappear immediately after. I should write down the name in case I'm going to keep that one in the back pocket for later. That might be what I do. You'll stay around? Awesome. Well, then hopefully we can send you on over. I'll go ahead and set that up. Right now. I'm not even gonna check in advance. I'm gonna take Yolashio's recommendation. I'm gonna say that you have a great track record of recommendations, and we're just gonna roll with it. Liminal. There we go. I know how to fix a sleep schedule. Can't keep it up, but I can fix it. Mm-hmm. Same here, I think. I can't maintain one to save my life. But, you know, hopefully we'll be able to hold this one for a little while. Thank you all so much. A big thank you as I get the raid set up here. There we are. We're gonna go over, we're gonna say hello to Nova. Then I will be collapsing into bed. I've had a delightful time. Today has been awesome. So a big thank you to everybody that tuned in. A big thank you to all the chatters. Coffee, Yalashio, it has been absolutely delightful. Thank you so, so much. VOD watchers, I'm so I'm so fucking sorry. I can't excuse it. Sorry, VOD watchers. Alrighty. See ya. Have a nice night. Stay safe. Have fun. I'll be back tomorrow with something. Maybe Terra Invicta, maybe Under Rail. I'm playing it by ear. Have a good night. What am I supposed to say next? But bye. Bye.